to see what he.
It's just like your scan because I scanned it.
What time was it sent?
I sent it at 6:21 yesterday. Mr. Adams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Weinstein, Matthews.
Did anybody get an email called Your Scan? Yes?
Oh, yes, I did get your scan.
Okay, well, that's it, apparently. Did we get one, Ms. Percifield?
Photographs, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was supposed to be pages of the Twitter that she wanted.
I received a your scan that had nothing but photographs, Instagram photographs.
That was it.
Okay, I think it was Twitter, not Instagram, but okay. All right. Well, we didn't get it. The court didn't get it. So can you resend to Ms. Percifield? And Mr. Sharp didn't get it. I mean, I don't know what happened sometime in the Ethernet between send and receive, but everybody else get it?
No, Bruce did not.
Mr. Harvey was, he's not even included. Yeah, no, I know, but she said she didn't get it. We need to address before we have our next witness and jury this morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I just want to keep the court apprised. I was in contact with Mr. Atkins last night, and we compared lists. We have a slight discrepancy on what's in or what's out based on the court's ruling about the transcript.
Okay.
We may have a discrepancy. Mr. Atkins is reviewing what I sent to him, and we'll report back. But I assume the state is not planning on playing it immediately. Is that?
Pretty early
Pretty immediately. Sounds like. So maybe we need to get that sorted.
Your Honor? Yes. Excuse me, during this time where folks are looking, I just want to raise the issue of the request to not video Detective Gaither. I realized that in the past, there was a request for the media to not video Gaither, Detective Gaither, but, and I didn't realize this before, I'm sure I objected to it before, but I don't understand the legitimate security concern regarding, I mean, maybe they can articulate one, a legitimate security concern regarding Detective Gaither, because she's all over media. I mean, she's a star of First 48. She gets an 8.4 rating, actually, so it's apparently a pretty good show that she's on. But I don't understand why she can be on commercial television and the AJC and everywhere else and not be televised here.
I'll ask the state.
Your Honor, I think that, I know that this was dealt with previously. She is no longer in law enforcement. She's retired, and she, in her capacity at her current position, is not working as law enforcement, but is in a position that we believe warrants the protocol that was placed in place last time that she testified.
Can you share with me what that position is?
Sure, if the court will allow me to do it at the bench with whoever with defense wants to come
Okay,
up, so
is
that I'm
she on shows like First
No,
48?
She does not.
Has she been on shows like First 48 identified as by her name?
I have not seen her on First 48. I cannot speak to what Mr. Weinstein said. I have never seen her on First 48. But if he says he saw her, I don't think, and I don't believe that there is a reason there's any reason to change what.
Well, we could just ask her.
And Your Honor, we could, but she's not. If she was or is on some episodes of First 48 that are playing now, she was in law enforcement. She had to have been during that time. I know.
Right. The point is, if her identity is out there anyway, readily available for anybody who wants to see it, identified as a law enforcement officer, then
may I
what?
approach?
Yes. Order remains in place. Wait. Yeah, I know.
The good news is out of all of the issues, there's only 3 that we disagree on.
Okay.
And we're trying to figure that out.
Okay, that's fine. All right, well, I guess we can't really have the witness in to testify until those couple of things get figured out. So I am going to recess because I need to check on something.
about some things.
Okay.
So, what did he say about that? Mr. Shart and the state disagree on number 14, page 81, line 22 to 82, line 2. The portion that the court kept out was, yeah, I told him Shannon hot-headed. The line after that, we have that it is included and available for impeachment purposes. They all want names for themselves. They want names for themselves. And when I asked the witness on the stand, I was looking to go back to see all that I asked him, but I don't have that transcript in front of me. But he said, when I asked him, it's everything that he said about the 3 people who are currently on trial. Or why is it that everything you say about them, you can remember they didn't say, or you told a lie, but you can't remember anything else. That would allow what he is saying here to be an inconsistent statement about them wanting names for themselves. That is the one area that there is disagreement on. There were 2, so the other one is.
Your Honor, can I respond to that
one at a time?
The-
And so the state had that it could be used for impeachment.
Yes.
The state keeps taking the stance that as long as something was, and I'm not conceding that it was a prior inconsistent statement because I don't recall them asking that, but they seem to be taking the stance that as long as something's a prior inconsistent statement, it's automatically admissible. And this is speculation. It's speculating about my client's intent in doing something that he wasn't even there for. So that was the foundation, is did my client say, hey, I did this and this is why? And that foundation was never laid. It's not a matter of prior inconsistent statement.
Right, yeah. And what you had was that it was out unless a foundation was laid.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, Your Honor, that's, I'd ask that the court check the court's notes because there was
So
not,
I can't find my notes, unfortunately. I don't have any idea where they went to.
because our notes are specifically that it can be used for impeachment purposes. And the argument that his client wasn't there is belied by the witness's statement to the police that he was, which the court is requiring that we keep out because the court ruled that it has to be kept out. About, I don't know why he's saying his client wasn't there.
I didn't say my client was.
It's just what he just said.
I said that.
No, that's not what he said.
He just said my client wasn't there. He
I said
literally
Mr.
just said
Zachary
my
wasn't
client wasn't there.
Okay, but that's not why it's being kept out.
I'm aware. You mean,
I mean, the ruling
was
would
that-
have been, I mean, it's the same thing as the similar one that we talked about yesterday. I would have said, lay a foundation that he actually knew that and it wasn't just his speculation.
Your Honor, this is someone who, during the course of this entire interview with the police, and certainly around this area, talked about his relationship with and how much time he spent with this defendant. I believe that as a member of YSL and as a person that we see throughout each of their social media pages, associating themselves with one another, not just Mr. Stillwell's, but Mr. Zachary's, that the jury can, the jury should be allowed to hear what Mr. Zachary's observations were. If he observes that they are acting in a way, and he hears them on some occasions say, let's go get that money.
All right, here's the thing, is that you didn't establish that this was based on his personal observation, or that he heard them say things like this, or that he had such a confidential, close relationship with Mr. Stillwell that they shared all of this kind of thing. You just didn't establish it.
Your Honor, that is because the witness would not acknowledge it. But the fact that he does, having listened to his interview multiple times, he establishes it in the interview. And that is the reason that we are saying the jury should be allowed to hear all of what he said so that they can determine which version of the truth they believe, the one where he's sitting in front of the defendants saying now everything I said about them is a lie, or the version where he gives intricate details about his interactions with the defendant and the way or what he observed during those interactions. There are moments where he said Woody was curled up on the couch. He was scared to go.
Okay,
You know,
we're
that's
not
just an
talking about
example.
his relationship with Woody right now.
I'm giving an example of his observations, the type of details that he gave in the interview. And so as it relates to defendant Stillwell, he's telling the police how many when he interacts with them, what happens during the interaction. He's telling them when they started associating, they asked questions like,
Miss Love, I understand all of that. If it's just based on what's all in the interview, it seemed to me at the time, and nothing was established to convince me that this was anything more than his theorizing about what it was. And the rules of evidence are there for a reason. It's not that I want this in or I want this out. It's that it has not been established that he has a basis to say this beyond his own musings about it. And therefore the ruling stands. What's the next one? What's the next one?
okay, so I'm sorry that the first one was that it was, so it wasn't for impeachment purposes. It was something different. Okay. So the second one was, the call that the court addressed either later last week or earlier last week regarding, it was in August that the court addressed the call about them putting Shannon, Pokey, Woody, and Mr. Zachary when they were at Big Boo's grandmother's house. And Boo got a call from Mushi, and $10,000 was put on the head of anybody who set out to harm Lucci. Mm-hmm. Mr. Zachary said that in his interview that Woody came in, it was stated there's $10,000 on the head.
Okay, is there a transcript reference?
Page 22, page 109, line 25 to page 111, line 4. And the court, number 22, redaction request number 22. I don't know if the court's
I don't
note.
seem to have the chart. If I could find the chart, then I would have my notes. But anyway,
our chart says that it's in. I don't know what
show me what the chart looks like.
It was
Just
they tried to revisit this yesterday.
No, it didn't.
Show me what the chart looks like.
Don't
Just
show
turn
me
it
the chart.
around and let me see it.
Mr. Atkins is coming up to the
Oh,
court.
is this something y'all gave me before, or this is just your own chart of my?
We used it, and we gave you a copy of it, and that's how we were referencing it in the arguments.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes.
Mr. Shard's redaction chart that he sent to the court and state, that is the same list that when we went through the redactions in court, those 2 days or 2 days and a half, and it was labeled from the 2015 interview 1 through, I believe Mr. Shard's last redaction was 43. Shard's redaction request number 22.
And I think that Mr. Atkins went over all of this last week. Do we not?
Okay, and what I wrote next to 22 was only to Kenneth Copeland or Zachary, not Stillwell.
And that is, my understanding is that Mr. Shard is arguing that the call itself, the fact that there was that call and he's arguing that all of that came out, and we have that it is not out.
Yeah.
Well, the trick is, Your Honor, in this.
Can you try to use your mic?
In this transcript, in this passage, there are several references to we. That in the context, it's clear that Copeland is spilling the beans not only on himself, but on Shannon. So, for instance, I don't know if Your Honor has the transcript.
I do.
Okay, so for instance, 110, line 20. No, they said they did it. 111, line, where is it? There's 111, line 4. We just shot up Lucci Mama's house. So there's things that in that spilling the beans by Copeland that in the context of this interview as it's played to the jury is going to implicate Shannon. I understand. Now I don't agree that this proves anything, but I understand the evidentiary rulings that Mr. Zachary at one time claimed he was in this room and he saw Shannon and Kenneth Copeland and they left and then they came back, and I understand a phone call came in. But what Kenneth Copeland said while they were in that room is hearsay that does not fit into an exception, and it implicates my client. So that's, of course, I would love if it just all came out. It would be cleaner, and also I'd prefer it. But if we definitely need to, as was your ruling from the beginning, we need to clean up what Woody said insofar as it implicates my client.
Well, do you have a proposal for how to do that?
Take out what Woody said.
Short of that? I mean, is there something in here that it's, there's a Stillwell reference that can be cleaned up? What was the number for that first one y'all were talking about?
Your Honor, the first one was number 14. And the state does have a proposal when the court's ready.
All right, what's your proposal?
So, Your Honor, there was 3 requested redactions that all pertain to the shooting of Mr. Bennett's mother's home. And so number 21, Mr. Shard's request number 21, the court, as the court just stated, permitted the state to address as long as it didn't pertain to defendant Stillwell. And so Zachary has a line when he's saying who committed this act, where he says Woody, Shannon, and Little Pokey. So the state is redacting where he says Shannon, so that later on when he references they or we, the jury will
Okay.
not hear that he definitively states Shannon.
Okay.
Well-
That ought to solve it.
Well, that doesn't solve, the problem is we'd have to redact, and I don't think the state's going to agree to this, but we'd have to redact Shannon from the whole story, because it's not just that Woody at one point says,
We did it, essentially, yeah.
it's not so much that Quindarius Zachary says, I mean, clearly I want that out, but also in Quindarius Zachary's telling of this story,
Mm-hmm.
Shannon is with Woody in the beginning, which he saw with his own eyes. I understand why that would come in, but what I'm saying is the references to Shannon are not limited to the conclusory statement.
Well, I mean, that's just going to be what it is.
Okay, so we're taking out the conclusory thing, but
The specific, naming of the people, because I had said that could only come in if it was established that Stillwell was there when Mr. Copeland said we did it, and that wasn't established.
So the court, with respect to Shannon, that is the ruling that we.
Right, so if you redact that word, then when later on, it doesn't sound like it's Shannon, it sounds like it's the two of them that he's already mentioned, so that fixes that.
But he can say, and we can get in the fact that Shannon, Woody told Shannon and Pokey, let's ride.
Yes.
Okay.
see, and that's my problem, Your Honor. I think that they inescapably refers to Shannon in the mind of the jurors, even if we take out the one conclusory
Okay,
line.
well, I mean, that may be what you think, but that's the way we're going to handle it.
Okay, I
What's the
understand.
next
And just for the record, Your Honor, it is the lines that I'm concerned about on the transcript are 111, line 4, where it says, he like man, we just shot up Lucci's mama's house, and page 10, line 20, where it says, no, they said they did it.
Okay, well, I don't agree that it still sounds like Shannon when
Okay,
only certain people were named and he's not one of
I understand the court's ruling.
them. Okay, what's the next one?
I think there's the only two, but I just.
Oh, I thought y'all said there were 3.
He's shaking his head.
Okay, all right.
So I just need to make sure, I would like to make sure with the witness that those two areas are clearly understood. We bring her out here and something's good.
All right, and actually, for the number 14 that we were discussing before, my notes were that y'all had come to agreement about that. The one the very first one that we took up.
We agreed on hot-headed. They all want names for themselves is the portion that we have noted the court allowed us to use for impeachment purposes. Yesterday, I asked the court to allow us to include the hot-headed. The court denied the request, so the only thing and I said that was something we previously agreed on, the hot-headed. And the court denied that request, but the rest of it, the court said that it could be used for impeachment purposes.
Okay, so my note on that, now that I have the notes, is that y'all had agreed that I didn't make a ruling, that y'all had agreed that the character about Shannon was out except to show moving up because wanted to make names. So if y'all are no longer in agreement, then my ruling would be a foundation was not established. So I think we're ready for the witness and the jury.
I want to make sure. articulate them to her so that we don't get into, because I will be asking questions to avoid some of this. And I want to make certain that we don't get into any.
Okay. Let's, if you can do that fairly quickly, because we've had the jury waiting for 40 minutes already. Is the witness ready?
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and get the witness in. We are waiting on both of Mr. Williams' attorneys. Have to tell them not to go to the bathroom at the same time. You can come on up to the stand. Hmm? You are. Well, she's already testified. You already have been testifying in this case. All right, I'll just, when the jury gets in, go ahead and have a seat for now. As we're waiting on one of the attorneys anyway, I'll just remind you that you've already been sworn. I need one of them back. All right, let's go ahead and get the jury. I'm sure it's somewhere. All right. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for your patience while we sorted out some evidentiary matters this morning. All right. So we have Detective Gaither on the stand now, and I'll just remind you, ma'am, that you are still under oath. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. And welcome back, Sergeant Gaither. Sergeant Gaither, would you please tell the jury whether during your investigation of events that happened in 2015 as they related to If Gang and YSL, you had an occasion to interview Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. And at the time that you interviewed him, did you call him to be interviewed, or did he or someone on his behalf reach out to you?
Yeah, there were a couple people on his behalf that reached out to me,
Okay.
stating that he wanted to talk to me.
Okay. And I'm going to.
Yeah.
Microphone.
I'm going to give you one that might work a little bit better. Okay. And had you left your number with family members of his, as you have in other cases, if they wanted to reach out with you?
Yes.
And is that the way that family member contacted you?
Yes.
All right. Was Quindarius Zachary brought over to the Atlanta Police Department from the Fulton County Jail?
Yes.
All right. Now, is it the custom that when a person comes in to see you, you make any observations about whether or not they're in any condition to talk? And by that, I mean, if someone's sloppy drunk, or if they're obviously under the influence, or...
Yes.
And if they are in no condition, by your estimation, to talk, do you continue to talk with them anyway, or do you send them back, or?
No, I don't talk to anyone that's under the influence or under distress or anything. We'll just revisit it at another time.
Okay. And when you spoke to Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th of 2015, did he appear to be in any physical distress from withdrawals or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did you see any sign that he was under the influence or in pain or anything like that, that would have prohibited him from clearly understanding questions that were asked?
No.
At any time, did you force him to sit down and talk to you?
No, it's people were calling me nonstop for like a week and a half, 2 weeks. So I just kind of took my time and let them sit there a minute, and picked them up when I was ready.
Okay. And at any time outside of that interview room, did you convey threats? Did you tell anybody, if he doesn't speak to me, something bad is going to happen?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you make any promises to him outside of that interview room through other people?
No.
Okay. And inside the interview room, did you tell him, let me back up. Are you allowed to tell people, if you do this, I will get your charges thrown out?
I'm not allowed to do that.
And did you tell Quindarius Zachary that?
No.
Now, to be clear, during the course of his conversation with you on August 5th, 2015, at some point did he broach the subject of whether or not you all were going to be able to help him out with any of his charges?
He did.
Right. And did you tell him at that time that you were going to get him thrown out?
No, I did not.
All right. Your Honor, can we get access to the Zoom?
Unfortunately, I don't have access to the Zoom right now either, and I had just typed my team to let me in. All right. So maybe if somebody's listening up in my chambers, they could let Ms. Love and the court in, please. Normally, Ms. Persefield does that, but she had to step out and handle another matter. So
while they're doing that, I'll continue with the questions. When you spoke to Quindarius Zachary in August, had you already gotten, you remember when you talked to the jury last time about the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember speaking to them about the surveillance footage that you were able to look at from that shooting?
Yes.
All right. Now, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, Did you show him surveillance footage from the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
I showed him still shots, not actual footage.
Okay. And when you say still shots, would you explain what you mean?
Basically screen grabs or images of people that were depicted in the actual video. We just took a picture of that particular person and printed it out onto paper.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I believe has already been admitted as states 308 Yankee. And I'm going to ask you, it was in here. Mm-hmm. If you recognize states 308 Yankee, and Your Honor, this does not have the sticker affixed to it. This is the exhibit that was labeled 308 Yankee.
Okay.
So I'm showing this to her, and
Okay.
I'll get the exhibit.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you showed this image to Mr. Zachary in the interview, and for the record, it was 503 Yankee.
503. And it
And
was
it
that
has-
already admitted?
It was.
And I'm sorry, just like for housekeeping, are we going to get an exhibit sticker on it or?
Yes.
Okay.
It's actually the one that we admitted does have the exhibit sticker.
Oh, it's a copy of the, okay,
Yes.
no problem.
And so you spoke with Mr. Zachary. Did you have any reason to believe that he was at or anywhere around the Browns Mill Road area at the time that that image was captured on the surveillance footage?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Would you tell the jury what it was that you showed him that footage for? Why it was that you showed him that footage?
To help further that investigation, see if he can identify people that we had not previously identified involved in the Dexter Montgomery shooting.
Okay.
We knew that he was affiliated with persons that we were able to identify. So while we had him there, why not ask him?
Who was it that he was affiliated with that you were able to identify as being involved in that Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Walter Murphy.
Okay. What did you know about Mr. Zachary's affiliation or relationship with Walter Murphy?
We knew that both of them claimed to be YSL, so I assumed they knew each other.
Okay. And did Mr. Zachary confirm knowing Walter Murphy?
Yes, he did.
Did he call him Walter Murphy or did he use another name?
He called him DK.
All right. That was in there. Can you pull this? Don't share it. What's the number? Okay. I'm going to show you, and Your Honor, because it's a digital image, counsel for defense has been provided this, but I want them to see what I'm walking to the witness with. May I be permitted to show them what I'm showing the witness?
All right.
All right. Miss Knight, that was 5. I'm going to show you what is 531 Yankee, a video on the screen. And I'm going to ask you, have you reviewed this video prior to coming in?
I have.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the interview that you conducted with Quindarius Zachary on August 5th, 2015?
Yes.
Did you see any alterations or material changes?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, the state tender states 531 Yankee as evidence.
All right. That's admitted with, as we already discussed.
All right. Your Honor, I ask permission to publish.
You may.
And just for decorum's sake, I ask permission to seat myself while I publish it so
You
that I
may.
don't.
Your Honor, may
May
I
what?
use this screen?
Is that one available?
It's up.
Reese?
I just, oh.
Okay, yeah.
What do you use?
If you want to use earphones, they're here. And they're here for you. It helps. Allows you to hear.
Food, I got dogs, so I can eat food. Like food like that. Liquor diet.
Well, as you know, you contacted us. You want to come down here and make a statement about these cases that we have. Y'all been getting on my darn nerves calling me, so we here. But even though you reached out to us wanting to talk, I still gotta advise you of your rights, okay? Let's say yes, you gotta say yes, no. Just so you're fully aware of your rights. Spell your first and last name.
There is Quindarus, Zachary,
What's your birthday?
8/21/93.
8/20.
21/93.
What's your address?
445 Cleveland Avenue.
From over there.
About to, basically I can move to, they came from
Because of that bank money. What's the zip over there?
0354.
Know how tall you are?
6, I mean like 5'10".
How much you weigh?
169.
Your brown eyes, black hair.
I think brown. Yo,
Your eyeball. Meaning the colored part is brown. What's the highest grade level you completed?
graduated.
I know people graduated 8th grade. Did you graduate high grade?
High school
12th grade.
What else do you do? I don't know, but I graduated from current.
What year?
I think 09. Something like that.
You got a phone number?
I'm on them, 44.
Mm-hmm.
5.
Phone name again?
Kyle's FKL.
And Your Honor, just for the record, the state also muted the phone number of his mother.
Exactly. Yeah. That's who lives at Cleveland. Alright. Let's go over this Miranda form. What's your middle initial? Yeah. T. What that stand for? Touchdown. T-Y-S-H-O-N. Basically states Aquindary Zachary has been informed by the undersigned law enforcement officers prior to being questioned by them that I am suspected of the offense of aggravated assault, which is what you charged with for the two drive-bys in Fulton County, state of Georgia, on the 28th day of April 2015. That's the date that the incident happened, April 28th, 2015, okay? I'm going to go through these one by one. If there's something that you don't understand, stop me, let me know I don't understand, and we're going to go over it, okay? Yeah. Your first right is that you have a right to remain silent and do not have to make any statements. Do you understand that? Yeah. That any statement that I make may be used against me in a court of law. Do you understand that? That I have the right to consult with my attorney and before making statements and to have said attorney present with me while I'm making the statement. You get that? That if I do not have enough money to employ an attorney, that I have the right to have one appointed to me by the courts to represent me and to consult with him before making any statements and have him present with me while I'm making the statement. Do you get that? That if I request an attorney, no questions will be asked of me until my attorney is present to represent me. Do you understand that? Has anybody coerced you or forced you or threatened you to come down here and make a statement? You sure? No. No, you're not sure? I mean, I'm sure, but ain't nobody forced me. Okay. Can you read it? Oh, okay. Can you read and write English? Yeah. And I have had read to you. Today is the what?
5th, 2/6/17.
What's going on? If you would, initial by each of those, and then if you still agree to talk to us, sign down at the X. What do you have to say about the case? Went the other night. You wasn't where? What did you hear about it? Where? Something came to the house with me up to my DJ got jumped. Like so. And then, you was at the house in Cleveland? Yeah. Apartment, after you said? 405. And then, that's when she told me, that she had got shot at too. That same night? Yeah, she said. They got in a whole bunch of them, and then like this gang had pulled up at my cousin's house. My cousin go with this boy named Tate. Y'all know him? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Javante. Yeah. I don't know his name, but she was going in the house. And she said y'all started shooting at the house. Like they were shooting from the end of the park. Like she said. Where is this house located at? Like you talking about? Lansing. apartment, Landrum and Zone 4? On campus. Off campus? Yeah. So who stay over there again? My cousin Liz, right? And Tate. That's what Javante said? Yeah. She your blood cousin? Yeah. I mean, you know how people say? No, I'm my real cousin. So this gang got to shoot at them at Landrum? Yeah. Is this before or after D got shot at? Got jumped on? She say it happened last. It's after all the shooting. So first D get jumped on, then the shootings happen. I'll tell you from how I heard, what I heard first. Okay. Shit, most of them call me or something in the morning, they know that. But she most of them cussing D out, because D telling them that he was shooting him, they had shoot him in the face, so most of them told D that he had to fight around home. And then that was she then that was D told, I would sleep, D told me that morning, they had shot up the house. D told you that, say that you kind of skimmed over that part. When you say D, you talking about Demekion, right? That your real name? You talking about Lil D from 30D, like Mechanicsville? Demekion. Demekion told me that they had shot at the houses. That who had shot at the houses? Him, Tay, and what it was? Shannon. He just told me nothing. He said him, Tay, Shannon, and some other boy named Trey Dunn. Be with Tay. Named Trey Dunn? Yeah. He told you personally? Yeah. How did he tell you over the phone? Nah. In your face? Yeah, he's over my house. I was sitting there, he told me that they had shot the house, he said, and then that they shot up Larry, where Tay stayed. So this gang came back and shot up Tay house? Yeah, someone right there. I guess that was she was gonna go that night. And he said that when they went and Pierre home. That when they went and shot up Pierre home. Who went up and shot up Pierre home? Him, Tay, Shannon, Trey Dunn. He told me them full name. He already said them I want to. But I kind of feel I want to with those. Why you figure that? I think I ain't got no call. How close are you on to? You know, my whole life. I told my dad my dad and him, they grew up here. So you got a lot of loyalty to move to. For me? Yeah. Yeah, but I ain't got nothing. I had some of him, but he ain't got nothing to me. How you know he ain't got nothing for you? Shoot. But I ain't been talking to him lately. Have you talked to him since you've been in jail? Have I talked to him since I've been in jail? Yeah. I mean, since he's been in, because you went in first. Yeah. So he told me that Demekion told y'all why he was scared, you tricked him. Demekion sat in that exact same chair, and you're going to get the exact same treat that Demekion. I don't have to trick people or lie, because phone records say you're lying. Oh, man. Right. And it's my trick. And that's what I'm saying. I feel like you kind of getting off track, because we got your phone records, too. Mine? Yes, sir. What phone record? This is what we do. Okay. Remember when we locked you up the last time? Yeah. We went to the house and we ended up getting your phone number and stuff. And I got your phone record. Because that was your phone number, right? No, that ain't my number. Okay. Well, like I said, we can stop this right now because it's going in the wrong direction. And I don't want to waste your time with mine. Because this shit don't matter to me. My shit is good. This is what's going to fuck y'all. I got Demekion. Y'all, everybody thinking Demekion snitching. This is Demekion's phone number, wasn't it? Yeah. I got Demekion. I got yours.
And wait, one more.
And I got more time. 622. 662, whatever. So I don't have no reason why.
So the media ain't necessarily Pat to tell it. You know what I'm saying? Technology told it.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I wasn't pressed about coming to get you and coming to talk to none of y'all. Y'all don't want to talk to me? That's fine. This is the opportunity for y'all to say yourself. This is what's going to fuck y'all. So I feel like, once again, you kind of going in the wrong direction. So you're going to come down here and just be honest about shit. I'm being honest. You wasn't there. I'm from my window. So then we really ain't got much to talk about. This shit is on you. It ain't on me. See, I don't talk about other cases. You need to talk, but you need to get over this first.
That's what you're here on.
Yeah, because I think you thinking that you can tell us about a whole bunch of other shit and then get some help on your shit, but you got to be honest about what you're here for. That's how that works. It don't just work like you tell me a whole bunch of shit and then we just forget about your stuff. You got to be honest with what you got going on. Me, Monton, Shannon, Tay, Traydon, and D. Which car was you in? There was 2 cars, right? Yeah, I was in car Monton. Which was which car? And Paul. What color? Gray. Who all was in the car with you? Me, Monton, Shannon, and D. And Traydon and there was another Impala. What color was that Impala? Like, I heard the burgundy or something. SS. Okay. The new one or old one? Same year, Monton car, bro. 08, something like that. Okay. How did you all know where they stayed? Traydon. Not Traydon, Tay. How does Tay know? Cause he said he been beef with them before. So he knew where they stayed at over there on Mosley Park on the address is 1428 Dale Avenue. Over there by Mosley Park, right? How did you even get involved in the mix? Because you wasn't at the club, were you? How did you even get involved? When they shot at Summer. So, but where did they shoot at Summer at? Atlanta. So they shot at before. Is this the same night? Yeah. They shot at Summer on first. Okay. And they shot at I think they shot at the club. I don't know about the club. So Summer was at Landrum Arms with Alexis and Tay. Yeah. They were in which car? Or were they in the car? She went with Tay. She was with Liz. Okay. They haven't got there yet. Okay. They in the car or they inside the car? Yeah, they in the car. They in the car? Yeah, they in Summer car. They going in the house. Okay. And she said they started shooting, but they shooting from way, not further than me. They shoot from way in or further than.
Did they make a police report?
I don't know. You know if anybody calls the police or anything, did the police show up out there?
I'm pausing it now at 2:26:51. I'm sorry, yes, 2:26:51. Sergeant Gaither, as I turn his microphone back on. Now, did you have an opportunity yesterday even to review and listen to this video recording of this interview that you did with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And if you would lean in or bring that microphone a little bit closer to you, would you tell the jury who that is in the room with you and Mr. Zachary?
Detective Dennis.
All right. Now, as you listen to the interview, are you able to hear as clearly and as well as you were sitting face to face with Quindarius Zachary what it was that he was saying to you? Or did you understand that question?
I think I did, yeah. I mean, he appeared. I appeared to understand what he was saying. It was clear.
And what I'm asking is, as you sat in the room with him on August the 5th of 2015, were you able to hear him clearer or more clearly than you are listening to him on the video?
Yes.
All right. And having watched the video, are you able to recall and tell the jury if there are things that aren't as clear as we listen to it here today?
Some things, yes.
Okay. When you showed Quindarius Zachary a phone number, was that the phone number for his mother, or was that the phone number that you had for Quindarius Zachary himself?
That was a phone number that he utilized himself.
All right. And where had you gotten that phone number from?
His mother.
All right. Do you recall when it was or under what circumstances you got that phone number from his mother?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury about those?
I believe he was arrested early May for possession of a firearm. Shortly after that arrest, my team conducted a search warrant at his apartment off of Cleveland Avenue in hopes of recovering other firearms that he had recently purchased and other evidentiary things. And at that time, I believe he was in jail, and his mother and some family members were in the apartment.
Okay.
And that's when I spoke with his mother, got his phone number, and also gave her my phone number and his girlfriend at the time my phone number.
Who was his girlfriend?
Summer.
Good?
Yeah, Summer Good.
All right. When Mr. Zachary, or you all asked Mr. Zachary, what is it that he wanted to talk to you all about? Did he say why he wanted you all to go first? Or did you hear him say, you go first, something to that effect?
Yeah, I think I asked him, what did he want to talk about? And from previous experiences, I know that when interviewing people, they want you to say what you know, and that way they can work their lives around what you already know, or get away from telling you the actual truth. So I leave it up to them to start it off, and he appeared to kind of be evasive and wanted to tell me about other shootings and incidents as opposed to what I wanted to know about the shootings from April 28th.
And when you told him that you wanted to talk to him about what he had been charged with, and he responded, I wasn't there that night.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do? What did you accept that as fact, or did you ask him, well, what did you do? Your Honor, there is also context that she can give that she has said she was clearly able to hear and discern in the interview room more clearly than perhaps can be heard on the video.
I don't know that it's been established that anybody's unable to hear it on the video. Sustained.
Okay. So when you asked him in the video, you weren't where, well, what do you hear about? Did you know, or did someone tell you before you had gotten into the interview room what it was that he wanted to talk to you about?
His family members said that he wanted to talk to me about his case and other stuff.
Sustained.
And Your Honor, it's explaining what she was expecting and why she responded the way that she responded. So,
Sustained.
yes, Your Honor. Now, when he began explaining to you that Summer had called him or had come waking him up saying that D had just got jumped, at that time, did you have any information about D or Demikion getting jumped on April the 28th?
Yes.
And where was it that he had gotten jumped based on the information you had?
At Club Crucial.
And that's what, 2517 Donnelly Hallowell?
Sound about
Somewhere.
right. Yes.
At the time that Quindarius Zachary told you that she had gotten, or that Summer said that they had gotten into a whole bunch of shooting and that they had pulled up at his cousin's house, Alexis Bryant. Did you know the name Alexis Bryant?
I can't recall if I heard it or not.
At any point during the course of this investigation into these retaliatory shootings, did you hear the name or did you learn about an Alexis Bryant outside of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
What about Tay or Threat?
Yes.
What can you tell the jury about who that is, Tay or Threat?
I've been familiar with Tay or Trevante Turner for a while. He was a documented gang member. I believe he was in DC. Had several cases with involving him.
Okay.
Prior to this.
All right. And when you say Trevante and he says, I don't know his name, and goes on to name other people.
Mhm.
Are you familiar with those other people that he names as well?
I am.
When Quindarius Zachary tells you that Moontunk had been cussing D out, did you know who Moontunk was?
I did.
Who was Moontunk?
Antonio Sledge.
Before you heard Quindarius Zachary tell you or talk to you about Moontunk, did you know who Antonio Sledge was?
I did.
And had you documented Moontunk or Antonio Sledge as being a member of any particular gang?
I did.
Which gang?
YSL.
All right. What about Demekion or D? Had you documented him as being a member of any particular gang?
Object. Hearsay confrontation clause.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang had Demekion been documented as belonging to?
As initially 30 deep, and later on we added a subset of YSL.
Okay. And when you said you're talking about Lil D from 30 deep, is that what you meant, the gang 30 deep?
Yes.
All right. And is 30 deep a gang that operated in the Mechanicsville area of Atlanta?
It is.
When Quindarius Zachary first mentioned If Gang,
Mhm.
did you know what he was talking about?
I did.
Okay. And how was it that you knew what he was talking about?
I was familiar with If Gang, Inglewood family, as well as the recent beef between the two groups.
The recent what now?
Beef between Inglewood family and YSL/30 deep.
And when you say beef, what do you mean?
Conflict.
Okay. When Quindarius Zachary talked about Perry Homes, where is that located?
Northwest Atlanta, near Johnson Road, Marietta Boulevard area, Perry Boulevard.
Does that still exist?
Perry Homes?
Yes.
No, it's some apartments, but it's not the actual Perry Homes projects that it was.
And do you remember the address that Perry Homes, generally what street was on Perry Homes?
I believe it's Drew Drive, Johnson, an area of Johnson Road, Marietta Boulevard. I believe it's 1903.
1903 Drew Drive?
I believe so, something like that.
All right. And when Quindarius Zachary talked about that's when they went and shot up Perry Homes, who did you understand him to be talking about having shot up Perry Homes?
What 4 people that he had just referenced?
Okay. Moontunk,
Shannon, Tay, Lil D.
Now, at the time, you know or understand Shannon to be any particular person?
Yes.
Who did you understand Shannon to be?
A member of 30 D.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Hearsay confrontation clause, also ultimate issue, invading the province.
Overruled.
You may answer.
A member of 30 Deep, and also we added a subset of YSL to his profile as well.
And Shannon, did he have a last name? Did you know his last name at the time you were listening to Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And what is his last name?
Previously, we knew him as Shannon Stillwell, and a few years later, it was Shannon Jackson. So,
but that's the same person,
it's the
Shannon
same person.
Stillwell.
Yes.
Before Quindarius Zachary mentioned Shannon, Tay, D, and Moonton shooting up Drew Drive, did you tell him that that's what you wanted to talk to him about, Drew Drive, before you went into the room? Did you say anything about, I want to know Shannon's involvement?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell any member of his family, I want to know Shannon's involvement in the shooting on Drew Drive?
No.
Before you spoke with Quindarius Zachary in that room and he said, I kind of figured Moontunt was there though, did you tell him you wanted him to tell you about Moontunt's involvement in the shooting at Drew Drive?
No, I told him I wanted to know what his involvement was.
Okay. And when he said or spoke about people not having a car, when you asked him, why do you figure Moontunt was there? Did you understand him to mean who it was that he was saying had no car?
Yes.
Who?
Shannon and Little D.
Okay. Why did you ask Mr. Zachary about his loyalty to Moontunt? Do you recall asking him how close he was to Moontunt?
Yes.
And when he told you that his dad and Moontunt grew up together, and you asked about his loyalty, did he ever express anything different than, I have some for him, but he ain't got none for me?
I believe he did say that.
Okay. What made you ask him, had he talked to Moontunt since he had been in jail?
I knew Moontunt was arrested as well, and I kind of wanted to know if they were just trying to get their stories together to match. And he said that he spoke to him.
Okay. Now, that's an interesting thing. When you said you wanted to know if they were trying to get their stories together to match. Mm-hmm. Explain to the jury what you mean by that and why that was interesting or of note to you.
I like to have independent recollections of incidents, so I don't necessarily like if defendants talk and, again, try to get their stories to match to see what I know to sound more believable. So he didn't really go into detail if they spoke in depth or anything. He just said he spoke to him since he had been in jail.
At some point, did you speak with Antonio Sledge?
I did.
All right. And was whatever Antonio Sledge told you an exact match to what Quindarius Zachary told you?
No.
Okay. And when Quindarius Zachary told you that about his conversation with Moontunt and that Demekion having said he was scared and you tricked him, did you all also talk to Demekion?
I did.
And is that Demekion Garlington?
It is.
Were Demekion Garlington's words an exact match to what Quindarius Zachary shared with you in the interview?
Confrontation clause, violation, hearsay.
Overruled.
Were they an exact?
You may. This might be a good time for our morning break anyway, so why don't y'all go ahead and have a restroom break. Mr. Steele, will you still need to approach? Okay. I suppose it's going to take 5 or 10 minutes if we break as well, so. Okay. Can y'all avert the cameras? Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
And to everyone. Your Honor, Demekion Garlington is accused in our indictment and he's severed. There's some wonderful parts of his interrogation by Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis. And I can't go into it because he's not being called as a witness. He's not being given immunity. For the state now to say, does Mrs. Zachary's statement, and I believe the words, exactly match Mr. Garlington's interrogation? I'm objecting because I have no way of cross-examining that. I don't have Mr. Garlington here, and I'm not, this is like a backdoor way of shielding me and Mr. Adams from cross-examining Mr. Garlington, yet getting out some broad overview, exact, whatever exact means. And I'm objecting to it under Confrontation Clause and hearsay.
Okay, well, I understand the objection. I do not expect there to be any further, any kind of questioning that would try to get out what Mr. Garlington's interview does say.
Correct.
Okay. I mean, with that, I don't think that asking was it an exact match and getting an answer to that violates either of those things. So I'm overruling that objection.
Can we have a continuing, if you don't mind, objection?
You may, although I don't expect there to be any other questioning on that topic. All right. If anybody, I'm going to take a quick break if anybody else needs to do that now.
just wanted to
Hey,
make
I
sure.
don't know if everybody or all the. Okay. Thanks. Go ahead.
Before we get started, I wanted to just make sure that 477 Yankee and 482 Yankee had already been admitted.
Would have been with which witness, do you know?
Mr. Zachary,
477. You said 477 and 482?
yes, Y as in Yankee.
477, yes. Yes, both of them.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
You ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm. And Your Honor, is it okay if I ask the last question and allow the witness to answer?
Yeah, I don't think we got an answer, so yeah. What is, who's,
Is that me?
computer's making that?
I'm gonna, hold on. Let me see something. I can go to notification and mute that. Let me see the next page. The next page. Page before, because I'm doing it by this also. That's not the next.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Sergeant Gaither, before we broke, I think I asked you if what Demikion Garlington told you was an exact match to what Mr. Zachary told you.
No.
At some point, did you all speak with Kenneth Copeland during the course of this investigation into these shootings in 2015?
Yes.
And did you speak with him multiple times?
Yes.
Was what Kenneth Copeland told you in either of the interviews during either of the times that you talked to him ever an exact match to what Mr. Zachary shared with you on August 5th, 2015?
No.
Vague, exact match.
Overruled.
So then, object, Your Honor. The jurors heard the statements of Mr. Copeland. They make that decision, not this witness.
That's ultimately true.
Outside of any interviews that were captured on video during any interactions with Kenneth Copeland, did he ever give you an exact match of what Mr. Zachary shared with you on August 5th?
I don't have any reports or other.
Is there a foundation for that question?
I can make a foundation. When you took Kenneth Copeland, or when Kenneth Copeland was brought over after he was arrested at the Dunbar Center, was he interviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And did you help transport him?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of any statements by Kenneth Copeland that are an exact match to anything?
Same objection.
Yeah, okay. So are there any statements by Kenneth Copeland that aren't reduced to writing or on video?
By you? Were there any interviews or statements?
That you know of by anybody having to do with this set of circumstances?
Not by myself or Investigative Dennis, no man.
Do you know of any from anybody else?
I don't know.
Okay. Then move on to the next question.
And when you told Mr. Zachary, Demekion sat in that exact same chair, was that after you had interviewed Mr. Garlington? In
Yes.
other words, okay. And did you ever try to trick anybody?
No.
I'm going to continue playing, Your Honor, at 2:27:48.
Okay. She can tell me what happened. Or I told her she can tell me what happened right off right. And then that one, I called Fulton. And Fulton told me that he was outside. Say they ain't want me to ride with. They wanted me to ride with. They didn't want me to ride. What you mean? Like they wanted me to go with him. Mm-hmm. But I ain't have to do nothing. So where were you sitting? I was sitting in the back seat.
Well, how were y'all sitting?
Huh?
Let's break that down.
Shannon's in the front, D right here. I'm on this side, Fulton drive.
Whoa, let's break it down.
So Fulton drive is Shannon front passenger. You sitting behind Shannon? Yeah. And Demekion behind Fulton? Yeah. Okay. So what exactly did they say they was gonna do? Like why were they picking you up? Oh, now you sitting on.
Say that passenger, seating chart one more time. Long-term driver, Shannon, front passenger.
Me. And D.
And then
The other D.
Demekion.
Yeah. We went and made take them. They was in different car.
What kind of car? You said the orange SS?
Yeah, burger. It wasn't a car.
Orange. Who car is that?
The boy turned on.
Is that his real name or is that like a fake name? Just Trey Duncan?
I didn't know him because.
What gang he in?
But who he affiliated with? I don't. They supposed to be blood, but like no, just like regular gangs. I don't know what regular gangs. They supposed to be blood.
So, who all was in the car when they came and picked you up?
When Fulton came pick me up, Fulton, Shannon, and D.
Okay, Fulton Shannon D was in the car and came and picked you up. Where'd y'all go?
We went to Perry home. When that lad went to the house on MLK. Shannon D and Tay got out the car. Me and Fulton stayed in.
Shannon D and Tay got out the car and did what?
They went and shot at the house.
What kind of gun did Shannon have?
Shannon had a Draco 752.
Where is that gun at now?
I don't know.
Whose gun is that?
I don't know. They already had the gun.
What color is it?
Like a chocolate.
Like a chocolate?
Like 8.
I said, what color is it?
Brown.
Brown.
What kind of gun did
They had some 62 too, AK. It looked like a deer gun, but it looked like a what? It looked like a big old deer gun, but it was an AK, you say?
What about Demekion?
He had a Fulton gun.
Which was what?
That gun I got caught with.
And you didn't shoot?
Nah.
But don't you own? Haven't you went and bought like 3, 4 firearms?
Yeah. Who tricked me out of those?
They tricked you out of all of them, man.
Yes, he did.
We gonna get to that though.
Right.
So, did Traydon shoot any guns?
Nah, he was driving.
So he was driving. So the driver basically stayed in the car.
Yeah.
And you stayed in the car.
Yeah.
How far did they get up to the house?
I don't know, man. Moved to him Paul way back. Like, they got up close to the house, though. I think like the front driver or something. I don't know if they got it up to the door. I know they got the driver. I seen that much. And they shot that house. And then that way we went pair home.
Okay. And how did you guys know what apartment was at Perry Homes and who? Tay know what Philo girl? Because that's Philo girl house, right?
The W thing, your baby mom.
Her baby mom. So Tay know them from the west side, basically.
Yeah.
Y'all don't really have
home together.
Right.
They beefed before too, though. Like, they said the mama knew that Tay shot at the house.
But how is it that, because Tay's not slime, how is it that Tay even rolling with Shannon and y'all like that?
Tay from Capitol Home. Me and moved to all of them Capitol Home.
He originally from Capitol Home.
Yeah, and he's named Big Boo. No Big Boo. He's named Boo. Yeah. We named Boo. That was met Tay.
Okay, so he just cool with y'all from there.
And then, now we had went somewhere before we went to Perry Home.
What about?
Someone get some bullets, huh?
From where?
So, somebody spot that D had on Cleveland.
Like somebody, like house or
Spot.
What's the spot?
A spot?
I mean, you gotta talk to me layman terms. I don't know.
A truck spot.
What kind of bullets did y'all get?
They ain't getting nothing for the top. They got some. They got some. They ain't getting nothing the 223. They got some for the Sunset too.
Who had the 223? Tay?
This is the one that Demekion had. Mom's not going that shoot 223 rounds. So is that Monsoon's gun that had the double drum on it? Is that the one you talking about?
Yeah.
That's the one that you shoot?
So the gun that you got caught with on May 7th, that's Monsoon gun.
Stupid.
Be real.
He my gun to go for girl for that night.
He needed your gun.
It was small. That little gun y'all just got. That they just busted out and got. It's a little bit gun.
Yeah.
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 The 40, was it the 40 or something?
40 Smith & Wesson. So he needed my gun to go for girl out.
So that's your 40.
Yeah.
Cause we just got him last week. I ain't had a chance to run it yet. But
I had just bought that gun like a day or two before.
Before that,
I got locked up.
You know.
from on Boulevard, one of the apartment, 493 Boulevard.
Nah, I said I had bought. Y'all
I
got
know.
receipt.
From Arrowhead. How do I know?
Y'all got a receipt.
I got something better for you.
Sergeant Gaither, at this point, at 2:34:22 in this interview, can you tell the jury what is being shown to Quindarius Zachary on Detective Dennis's phone?
Surveillance video from Arrowhead pawn shop of him purchasing firearm.
How did y'all get that? How did you all?
Down there and got it.
Okay. What was it that led you all to drive down to Arrowhead and get that surveillance footage?
We had receipts from where he purchased the firearms, and we ran his name. We had his name run through the federal system to see what all firearms he purchased and the locations, and that's how we were able to narrow it down to Arrowhead pawn shop in Jonesboro.
When you talk about the federal registry or list or whatever that is, could you explain what that is that you are looking at to get his name? What is it?
The federal government basically has a database that keeps track of persons that purchase firearms. During this investigation, we worked hand in hand with the ATF, and we utilize them and assist them with checking names through their federal system.
Does that list or system from the federal government include firearms that are purchased illegally on the street?
No, it's just firearms that are purchased from gun shops, gun shows, or pawn shops.
When you said that you had receipts of guns that Quindarius Zachary had purchased, where did you get those receipts from?
From his apartment when we executed a search warrant.
And that was after his arrest in May?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember any other items that you were able to recover off the top of your head?
I believe we recovered a firearm, a couple of cell phones. That's all I can remember at this moment.
Now, when Quindarius Zachary mentioned the little 40 that he had just gotten 2 days before he got locked up, did you all, and you said we still have to run that. What did you mean?
We recovered a 40 caliber Smith & Wesson, which is almost the size of the palm of your hand, from his apartment. We hadn't had an opportunity to have the ATF test fire the gun and see if it came back to any other shootings or stuff like that.
And why is it that you all were asking Mr. Zachary where each person that he said was in the car that Moulton was driving, where each person was seated? Why was that of any importance?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Just to get a better understanding of each person's position in the vehicle, and based on where we recovered evidence from the shooting, just kind of wanted to make it a determination.
And when Mr. Zachary is showing or motioning to Detective Dennis on the paper that Detective Dennis has in front of him where each person is sitting, is he motioning in a manner consistent with what he had just verbally said to you all?
Yes.
When you asked Mr. Zachary about Tay knowing where Philo stayed, who is the Philo you were talking about?
Philip Collins.
And Philo's girl, who is that you were talking about? Do you remember a name, Kenyatta Troutman?
Yes, Kenyatta Troutman.
And was that who you were talking about?
His child's mother, yes.
And where was it that she lived?
1903 Drew Drive, Perry Holmes area.
Now, Philip Collins, do you know did he have a brother?
Yes.
And was Philip Collins documented in any of your files?
Yes.
How was Philip Collins documented?
He was a member of Haiti Gang.
Haiti Gang? What about his brother? What was his brother's name?
Your Honor, this is Confrontation Clause and hearsay. I have no documentation.
Y'all approach. Yeah, thanks.
And Sergeant Gaither, as I was asking before you stepped out, Philip Collins, you said that he has a brother?
Yes.
And what is his brother's name?
Darren Mills.
Is Darren Mills, to your knowledge, older or younger than Philip Collins?
He's younger.
Do you know about how many years younger?
Roughly 5.
Okay. Does Darren Mills have a nickname?
Yes.
And what is his nickname?
D.
Now, is D a member of any gang?
Yes.
What gang is D a member of?
You may.
You may answer. What gang is D a member of?
Haiti Gang, as well as the subset Inglewood family.
Is that If gang when you say
If gang.
Inglewood?
I'm sorry.
Is Philip Collins also Inglewood family or If gang?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Philo and D's mother's name or address?
1428 Adele Avenue is the address. I believe her name may be Denise.
Is Cecilia Davis the mother?
Yeah.
Is Denise Bell the sister of Cecilia Davis?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with whether Philo and Dee have a sister?
Yes.
Do you know what her name is?
She's the twin sister of Darren. I believe her name is Diamond.
Diamond?
Diamond.
And what is Darren's last name?
Mills.
All right. And do they have a sister, Stacey Adams?
Correct, yes.
Did Stacey Adams live at 1428 Adele as well, to your knowledge?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you asked about Tay knowing Philo and Philo's child's mother from the west side, what did you mean?
They both were from the west side of Atlanta. Mr. Zachary stated Tay was originally from Capitol Homes, but he grew up on the west side as well. The same as Darren and Philo. So there's only a couple of high schools, a couple of middle schools in that particular area. So
where is Capitol Homes located with relation to the west side?
Capitol Homes is more or less downtown, Memorial Drive area. The west side is considered Bankhead Highway, Hollywood Road, Parks of Martin Luther King, Cascade.
Okay. And did you prior to Quindarius Zachary telling you that he and Moncton were from Capitol Homes and that is where Tay was from, were you aware of those facts before you went into the interview?
No.
Sustained.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to revisit that at a break or another time. Now, when Quindarius Zachary said that Tay used to hang with Big Boo, and you mentioned the name Quentin Porter, would you tell the jury how you're familiar with, just briefly, Quentin Porter or the name Big Boo?
I'm familiar with Quentin Porter, aka Big Boo, from Cleveland Avenue area. He was a known gang member of Raised on Cleveland Rock Crew. Worked several investigations involving him, so I was familiar with the name.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to resume at 2:34:22. Actually, before I do, let me ask you this. When Quindarius Zachary referred to a spot and then told you a trap spot on Cleveland. Would you tell the jury what a trap spot is?
Trap spot is a location where drugs are normally sold or illicit activity is conducted.
And based on the investigations that you have conducted as a detective in the gang unit and during your time with the Atlanta Police Department, is a trap spot ordinarily a place where guns and ammunition are also stored?
It is.
And at the time that Quindarius Zachary told you about a trap spot on Cleveland, at that moment, did you know what trap spot on Cleveland he was talking about?
Not at that exact moment, but I had an idea.
And was the idea that you had confirmed at any time?
No.
Okay. Picking up at 2:34:22.
That's you? Yeah, I think that's you.
We did all of that. So, after
When we got the bullets, went period one.
okay.
Then don't even got out and shot the house.
Who got out and shot this time?
Tay, D, and Shannon.
Tay did
Those only
Shannon
three
again.
guns.
Okay. And they had the same guns that they had before? From there?
Nah, it was another one called this time. And
Who?
called Tatum.
What's his name?
I think his name Lee.
Lee?
Yeah.
Did he get out?
Yeah. Yeah, handgun.
You remember what kind?
I just remember 2 handguns.
What call Lee was that?
He didn't call Tatum. That's Tatum's friend.
Lee.
They went and got him out of the
Okay.
make that up.
Pausing at 2:35:28. Sergeant, at the time you spoke with Mr. Zachary on August 5th, 2015, did you know either Tay, D, Shannon, or Moontoon to be wearing dreads during that time?
No, they weren't.
Okay. And when Mr. Zachary told you about a person named Lee, did you know of a Lee associated with them, with YSL? That did have dreads at the time.
I know of a Lee that was associated with Tay and Traydon from MDC.
Okay. Now, what Lee was that you knew of?
Ali Caldwell, Caldwell.
And when you say dreads, are you able to describe the type of dreads that Ali Caldwell had?
Yes, he had not necessarily like dreads like mine, but they were more or less like big planks. If any of you guys are familiar with the rapper Jay-Z, the larger plank style locks, that was his hairstyle at the time.
Thank you. Continuing at 2:35:28.
After the Perry Holmes got shot.
After the one got shot up, shoot. We went in the house.
Where they dropped
I went in the house. 405.
on Cleveland Avenue?
But they met me we met some at the gas station
Which gas station?
on Silver Road, and I called him in the house.
Which one on Silver?
The Chevron.
Like right by 166?
Yeah.
I forget right there. So someone met you right there, picked you up, and then she drove you to the house.
we let my cousin drop it off at the house. Some let her keep her car because she was scared to go to the house.
Okay. So tell me about this slime stuff.
Hey, she slime.
Why do y'all call yourselves slime? Number one.
I'm not no slime.
Why do they call themselves slime?
Cause they be stealing and stuff.
So it's like you being slimy or browny about it.
Like, say me and you cool, right? And you got a girl or something, and you leave out and I talk to your girl, try to talk to her. It really like
slimy, it's
So there's no rules. Like, it's like, I slammed that nigga.
Yeah.
Like, so even if we cool, you can rob me, and it's like, I just slam.
Yeah.
So basically, no rules, no laws. But you say you ain't slam?
No. I ain't like, they would never let me get out.
Why?
Cause my brother, and he don't really want me to hang around him.
But you do.
I know. He be mad.
Who is your brother?
And I ain't tell you. He be
I
mad.
want the dread.
Yeah, how you know?
Come on, bro.
Hey, he mad. He mad that I hang around with him and wooed him.
But he's slime though, ain't he?
Yeah, he's fine.
So I'm saying, what does it matter if he?
I'm little brother, and then I'm sick. So if like something happened to me,
He'll feel bad because you kind of got down. How did 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue link up? For a long time, ain't nobody fuck with them. Y'all didn't fuck with each other.
those started fucking with Woody.
So that just kind of brought everybody together. How close are you on Woody? Or how close were you?
Only reason we got close because I was hanging with Fulton, hanging with the, and then that one, Woody, what you call it? We started it.
So your Woody people, meaning Demekion and Shannon, everybody just kind of started linking up.
Yeah.
Y'all ain't never had no problem, nothing with each other?
No. We ain't never had no problem with Canterville. Well, they ain't never had no problem with Canterville. I ain't never got into it nobody from Canterville. Ain't nobody never got into it nobody from Canterville. It just linked up like that.
So how did it get to a point where, you really didn't have too much, really?
What?
No, go ahead.
What the beef started, that's what you saying?
Yeah.
Killed him, shot up Gaither house, the dugout.
Right.
And then Woody had caught him with the skating ring or something. And then he was like, but they had shot through a window out.
On which car?
The SS.
Right.
And Thug like, nah, I ain't cool no nigga till they take my window.
But why did they shoot up the dugout down there?
Woody and Kelly had some person going on, I guess, who's big as bad, who got more girl, more money. Both on, and that one has money.
They flexing somebody else shit.
Yeah. So, you know how it is. Kelly want, like, Thug coming to Crucial, getting little money, throwing stuff. Kelly don't want him to do that.
Right.
Yeah. But Thug he ain't clipping them, he ain't like them.
Right. He ain't like Kelly.
Shot out the window.
So just over there in Windshield? Never kind of fired it together, huh? I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there.
Oh, y'all didn't do it? Y'all didn't know?
No. I'm saying I wasn't physically there.
We know about it, but how many times they shoot at?
Like 200.
So they were just done.
Yeah.
But they knew y'all was in there?
Yeah, people posting pictures on Instagram, videos on Instagram.
I turned it off.
People posting videos on Instagram and stuff. And shoot, everybody finna go. Thug leave out the door first. So everybody walking to their car. I stay in bed, I'm still gambling. I ain't have no gun anyway, so ain't no sense me walking out there. Then you just hear gunshot stuff going off. They say it was in the woods across the street or something. Then everybody ran out the door. Everybody who was in those guns ran out the door stuff.
Right.
So they thought they was gonna get some money.
So when this windshield got shot out, he confronted Kale about it? Like,
No. He ain't know. They ain't know at first. They thought MDC did. And then when I got shot.
Right. Who shot you?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's just shooting at the club.
Okay.
They thought MDC did, but come find out MDC didn't do it. Kill had told Thug baby mama who correct that he had did it. And she messed with Mooktum. She told Mooktum and went.
Wait, Thug? baby mama was messing with Moon?
No, the little baby mama told my sister.
Okay.
And my sister was messing with Moon too.
Okay. So tour?
Yeah.
Okay.
And went from there.
So I'm just trying to follow you. So y'all in the dugout, they shoot up a bunch of rounds. Y'all come outside. They standing outside.
I ain't no gun.
Well, they went outside. They are
Everybody
still out
back
there?
I don't know.
I mean, how do you know that it was Kalen that did it?
I just told her I didn't know. Cause Kale, I told her they thought it was MDC or somebody else. Kale ran his mouth to Gucci her head trying to play. And then
That's when he got back.
Yeah, she told my sister told Moon too.
Cause then Moon told Doug that it was Kevin.
Moon told Wood and threw it up.
Okay. So this incident with chain and phone getting stolen out the car.
That was way before.
I don't know. When did this happen with the dugout? That was in January, right?
Yeah. Dugout got shut up in December.
In December.
Yeah.
So from that point, it was really on like y'all just didn't fuck with each other. Meaning YSL and
They ain't remember each other. They ain't remember each other.
Pausing, Your Honor, at 2:42:14, and we will advance to 2:43:13. Sergeant, while we are advancing, I want to ask you a couple of questions. Did you know during your interview with Mr. Zachary in August 2015, that before he told you, did you know that he was sick, as he called it?
Yes.
All right. And was that with an autoimmune issue?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything about that illness that at all appeared to affect his understanding or ability to communicate with you during the August 5th interview?
No.
When you heard Mr. Zachary say that he had never had a problem with Mechanicsville, did you have any particular understanding, or what was it that you understood him to mean? The area, the physical location, Mechanicsville, or something else?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant speculation.
Overruled.
I understood it to mean 30 Deep. 30 Deep operates in Mechanicsville.
And based on your background and your expertise as a gang expert, Woody, Shannon, and Demekion, did they have any affiliation with 30 Deep?
Yes.
Were they all each 30 deep?
The three you just named? Yes.
When you heard Mr. Zachary talking about Kel, who did you understand him to mean?
Kelvin Watts.
Is Kelvin Watts in a gang?
Yes.
What gang?
Bird Gang, as well as Inglewood Family.
If gang?
If Gang.
Okay. As you heard Mr. Zachary talk about the dugout, were you familiar with that location?
Yes.
And is that also the gambling house?
It is.
Where is that location?
Around Lakewood Avenue, McDonough Street, not the city, but.
All right. And is that an area that you knew of any particular gang to hang out?
Southeast Atlanta, I mean, it's kind of no man's land.
Okay.
It's really close to the area for if gang, but it's not necessarily within that territory.
And before Mr. Zachary told you about the dugout getting shot, did you know about that incident?
From previous interviews, yes.
All right. We're going to pick up with the interview.
Every Monday, y'all know y'all got beef. Y'all still go to the club.
I ain't go to the club like that.
You ain't go to Crucial like that. But you hung out with him, like on the block.
I might hang out with on the block.
With YSL. So I ain't talking about Kevin.
Oh, yeah, I used to hang with him. Like, I might go push one Monday, then not go the next Monday if I know it's going to be something.
Right.
So since you got shot, was it November, right?
Yeah,
How many times a day you went to Crucial since then?
about 10.
I know.
Not
November to January, because it closed one night.
Oh, no, not till November, January, probably like, we had went out of town. Probably like 5 times.
Like 5 times?
5 or 4, something like that.
So when did you and Montone, so once he finds out from the girl that Kel did that, then what happened?
He tell Woody.
And then what?
Then Woody like, oh, alright. And then that when they shot at Kel. Y'all heard about that?
On MLK?
Yeah. Woody Montone shot at Kel. And they went for now.
When did y'all make
And then that one make what? I heard no video you talking about.
What video you talking about?
Montone mad about you.
When did y'all make that?
Let me see. Montone mad about you.
When did y'all make that?
It was after the guy got shot up.
So sometime in December.
January.
Sometime in January.
Yeah, had to be.
Yeah. So, fast forward from December to January. So we're in January now. How and why was Nut killed? If Nut, because you ain't really mentioned nothing about.
That's what I'm saying.
Nut involved with
I don't know what in word made them do that.
Made who do that?
People killed him. Shannon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Name Nut. Lambo.
Videos, no, who in jail right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Doo-Wop. Name Doo-Wop.
What do I look like?
I don't know. You on your IG?
That's a little do-wop, then.
Look at the name.
Yeah. How do you know this?
I know. Because they told me.
Who told you?
Shannon told me. Yeah, told me.
Why did they tell you?
Who was it? The house talking about?
Which house?
The old house.
Well, is it the new one or the
old?
His condo down there?
Yeah.
What exactly did they say?
A lot of folks can't go down behind murder, man.
What you mean?
Like, it's a big old, a lot of folks had something to do with it.
Explain how, from start to finish, break it down how it happened.
Yeah, going to meet a girl. Her name Bushi. They saw Nut.
They saw Nut where?
At the bar shop. They would be hanging at the bar shop in Tiscon.
Mm-hmm.
They saw Nut. And D was in the car, but D got in another car.
Which car were they in when they saw him?
The Infinity G35.
What color was it?
It was, I forgot what color it was, but the old manager had rented it.
Amina? Yeah.
I forgot what color it was, but man,
Was it a newer model car?
Yeah, man, Woody was in the late on that night.
Okay.
We had went to a little kickback.
Okay.
I thought we had wrecked it. Well, we did. We spent around the Sprayway.
Yeah,
And we got the bottom of it. No, we was just flying. It was my car, me and him. We just flying, trying to see what it was doing.
You remember where they rented the car from?
No, I don't know what she rented from.
So Amina, you definitely know Amina the one that rented the car. So Amina rented the car for a Thug.
Yeah.
Who did Thug give it to?
Who he let drive?
Yeah, who he let drive?
Nard, Yet, and Shannon, and Dua. They put me to meet Yet girl.
Busha. Where were they supposed to meet Busha at?
I don't know they put me there, but I know they put Miller.
That's what I'm saying. How did they end up over there by the sex school? Did they go looking for him?
They probably left the studio. I went there when they I was there my little niece had a party, and then Moonsoon called Moonsoon didn't even know. Moonsoon somebody just killed Nut. They're he's I'm gonna meet Woody at the gambling house. And then Woody was scared. Cause they chased him and all that.
So did Woody have anything to do with Nut being killed?
No.
So when they drove past the barbershop, were they specifically going for Nut, or were they going for somebody else?
They want to meet the girl.
But when they saw Nut, were they saying we're gonna get Nut, or was it somebody else?
We're gonna get Nut.
Why?
Pausing at 2:48:20. Advancing to 2:48:33. Sergeant, the photograph that I showed you earlier that was marked as 503 Yankee. Who was depicted in that photograph that you were asking Quindarius Zachary to identify?
Demise McMullen, a.k.a. Nard.
Nard?
Nard.
Okay. And when Quindarius Zachary told you the people who were in the car and was describing Donovan Thomas's murder, who did you understand him to mean when he said Nard?
Demise McMullen.
Is that the same Demise McMullen that you looked at in conjunction with Kelvin Treadwell for the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes, I arrested him for that shooting.
Picking up at 2:48:33.
How did it? What I think she's trying to ask. How did it get to a point of you never said none of this?
Because they said it's power. They the green light all white in 30 feet. They say Nut said whoop or something like so I mean it's a go. And then
So powwow was like a gang meeting.
yeah.
So you saying if gang had a powwow?
That house they spot on MLK.
Okay, and they said that YSL and 30D got a green light, which basically means you kill them if you see them. They fool.
Yeah.
So why did he put that out there? Do you know why he said that?
I shot it. They had never shot at nothing before. Like, when you know attention, like, when they killed nut, everybody like, why the hell they do that to nut?
Right.
There was no more attention at nothing, man.
So, do you remember the exact words that Shannon told you as far as what happened?
Yeah. Like, we just caught the nigga nut down bad.
You said we caught the nigga nut down bad?
Yeah.
I
who? Like me, yeah. Nud, doo-wop.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh. I'm telling you what kind of gun they had.
Which gun?
They had AK-72, right?
He said, you gonna tell what kind of guns they had for the murder, right? You said the AK-76. Whose gun was that?
That was Nud gun.
What else?
That a 4.5.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what other kind.
Whose gun was the 4.5?
Shannon.
You remember what brand it was?
XD or something.
XD?
Yeah.
You know what that gun is now, or where these guns are now?
Like, I know. Let me finish the story.
Okay.
They caught Nut down bad. They took the guns in the car to OG Bentley. You know Bentley?
Calvin Trevor.
They gave him guns in the car.
What did he do with it?
He hid the guns and they took the car back.
Do you know where he hid the guns at?
I don't know he hid the guns. You know they took it to his spot on Cleveland.
You know where at on Cleveland?
His spot? Yeah, I don't know the address. It's on Oak though.
On Oak Drive?
Yeah.
So this is all what Shannon is telling you.
That was this was both Shannon and Jack told, but this Shannon what Shannon told me first.
So Shannon told you.
They both told me the same story though.
Right. Where were you guys when Shannon was telling you this, and what day was it? The same day or the day after?
Same night. Shannon I was walking through. I had just walked me and Mook had just pulled up at the house. And Shannon finna go to a girl house. And all the bullets were going out the gun. Like, he like, we ain't got no guns. They see Mook some gun.
Right.
Mook had a little handgun. They see Mook some gun and go to the store. Mook say, wait, I ain't got no bullet. And that when Shannon started talking. Mook still didn't know. He didn't know that night.
Right. He didn't know that night that Nut had got killed.
Nah, he knew that Nut had got killed, but he didn't know that they did. They're like, Mook don't talk too much.
That's what I heard too.
And then that when Shannon was telling me the story, said they were going to meet Bush, but they looked up and seen Nut. Say they had rolled back around and then started shooting them. Shannon had nothing to walk.
So was Kale out there?
No, I don't think Kale.
Kale went out there in front of the bar shop.
Well, he wasn't the target.
I don't think he was out there, but they just like, we seen Nut.
Right, because Nut made the call for all the youngsters. Because Nut had some rank, right? You know what Nut rank was?
What?
I'm asking you, do you know what his rank was in F?
Nah, it's supposed to be OG or something.
Yeah, OG. So, because he made the call and green lighted YSL 30D, he tell the other ones what to do, so they was the ones going to be coming after y'all, so it makes sense to take him out instead of
That's what they said.
a whole
Nah, because they ain't never shot at me. Like, every game.
They ain't never shot at you?
They shot at me one time, but I don't know if that was them for sure.
Where we were?
At Paul on Empire. Clean up, y'all heard about that? Y'all didn't know they had something to do with retaliation?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you saying that was them? Because we had it in.
Yeah, it had to be them. Well, I ain't know at the time until they got on Twitter and started tweeting.
Who was tweeting?
D between, stood between.
What was they saying?
Like, we shoot at them and they make a police report. Something like that. Yeah, they say we shoot at them, they make a police report. But they shoot at us, won't say that.
So, what did Nard tell you, if anything different than what Shannon said, like any exact words?
No, I didn't tell them that.
I mean, not Nard,
Yeah, just like, Those was going out of town. Well, he had left one out of town.
Where'd he go?
He went to Florida.
Okay. That night?
Yeah, we both went the next day, like that morning. Well, we did see that morning.
Who all went down to Florida?
Me, Shannon, D, Woody, and Yak. And Nella had left before us.
You said,
they shot the spring back for us.
So you, Shannon, D, Nard, and Woody.
Yeah.
So y'all went down there on the Sprinter bus. Thug flew down
Hey,
there?
me, Shannon, yeah, Woody.
Forgot, yeah. I got you, Zachary. Approach last.
Both you and when you the meet y'all went to her.
Yeah.
So this was the next day after the murder?
Yeah.
Did you hear Nard say anything about it?
Nah. I ain't even gonna say that about like it came out when another time said something about we got back from Miami.
About how long after the murder? Like how long were y'all in Miami?
Me, Shannon D, and Nud, and yeah, we just stayed down there 2 days. So we wanted to come back. They were bored. They just down there at Birdman House. Woody down there scared. Cause they were shooting up out here house.
Right.
He was down there scared. He didn't leave on the sofa.
Right.
And then no Nud like nigga Woody gonna fold. I'm like, what you mean? So you gonna tell him?
Stopping at 2:55:13. Sergeant. I want to talk a little bit about what you covered with Mr. Zachary in the clip that the jury just heard. Now, when you're talking to Mr. Zachary about Donovan Thomas's murder, had you been assigned by the lead detective to get any information on that murder?
No.
And were you at any time working under Detective Thorpe while you were investigating the back and forth shootings between YSL and If Gang in 2015? And
You said under?
Right. Were you working in the homicide unit underneath him?
No.
Did you work with him in some instances? For instance, in this interview, did he come in and listen?
Yes, he did.
But did you take direction from him? And were you consulted by him before he took out warrants on this murder?
No, I wasn't taking direction or consulting. We would share information just because we knew our shootings were direct, relation to his homicide. So if we could gain information for him as well as our own, we would definitely share that.
Okay. The Kelvin Treadwell, when you all asked Quindarius Zachary, did he mean Kelvin Treadwell? Is that the same one that was on scene during the preceding the Dexter Montgomery shooting? O.G.
Yes.
Bentley?
Yes.
And when Mr. Zachary spoke about taking when he talked about If Gang having a spot on MLK, were you familiar with what that spot was?
Yes.
Where was that spot on MLK?
1428 Adele Avenue.
Now, when Mr. Zachary talked about a green light, can you explain to the jury what that means, what that was?
Yes, and in gang terms, a green light is basically giving permission to lower ranking members of that particular gang, that whoever's green lighted, you're giving permission for them to harm them or kill them.
Okay. And when Mr. Zachary told you about O.G. Bentley's spot on Cleveland off Oak Drive that the guns were taken to, were you familiar with O.G. Bentley's spot off Cleveland on Oak Drive?
I was familiar with the spot.
And was that a place that you would describe as a trap house?
Yes.
I'm going to object to that.
Before-
I'm going to object to that foundation.
Overruled.
Now, before you spoke with Mr. Zachary, and Mr. Zachary told you that, was it that Woody had shot Cal?
Yes. I believe that's what he said.
Did Woody tell you he had shot Cal?
Of course not.
And when you all were asking Mr. Zachary about the timeline from November to January, why were you all interested in what was happening from November up until January 10th?
We kind of wanted a starting point to figure out why was everything occurring, if we could locate prior incidents leading up to it, whether it was shootings, damage to properties, collecting evidence, to see if we can just link the cases together.
Okay. The January 6th incident, were you all familiar with that before you spoke with Mr. Zachary? Were you familiar with
Yes.
anything happening on January 6th?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with?
There was a shooting, I believe it was damage to property at Club Crucial. A bunch of vehicles were damaged. I don't believe anyone got shot. I believe Demikian was assaulted
Inside Club
inside the
Crucial?
club and proceeded to shootings
And
after.
were you aware of Yak and Duke getting arrested on that same day,
Yes.
driving away from Club Crucial?
Correct.
She was present.
The evidence, okay. Your Honor, the court had asked us if there was a particular spot that would make it better to break and then continue, but we can
Okay.
go on. I think that this is
this one?
this is one.
Okay, all right, and we're close to the noon hour, so we'll go ahead and break for our lunch. And let's shoot to be back at 1:15.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, do you want to just have Mr. Atkins here at 1:15?
Oh, he was headed down, but we'll tell him 1:15.
Okay, well, unless he walks in before we break. We'll see you at 1:15. One quick question, Mr. Steele, I appreciate you sending the order, and with regard to that, was there a ruling made on the record after y'all argued those in August, or just this written order?
There was oral argument, and then case law cited, the Harris case was cited, and then the court had the asked me to prepare the order.
Okay, so
That's
he
my
just
memory.
said granted, or took it under advisement and later
Yeah.
said granted?
No, it was granted on the spot,
Okay.
and then wanted it reduced to writing.
Okay, all right. Well, I may take a look at that part of the transcript to see if it actually answers the issue, because at the bench, my understanding is that you had said this required the gang experts to reduce things to writing and in a report, and it doesn't actually say that in this order. It could be read to mean that, but I'm just going to go back and look.
That's fine.
Unless what was the state's understanding?
My understanding was that it was not, that was not a requirement. Mr. Steele specifically asked for that, and the court specifically said that he wasn't going to require that they do that. His understanding of the law was that that was not a requirement.
If it exists, produce it, but if it
Right.
doesn't, you don't have to.
Right.
I mean, that's my understanding of the law too, but he could have ordered something else. So if the record, the transcript seems to reveal that, then I'll require that. But otherwise, I don't read the order to say that.
Well, okay. And whatever the transcript says, I stand by the
Okay.
Harris case.
Yeah, I read it.
And it says you make it better for cross-examination, you put things in writing, you get this.
Well, what was ordered in the Harris case, though, was the notes that existed. So anyway, I'll take a look.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. See y'all back at 1:15. I had asked you to, or you had taken on the responsibility of reaching out to the APD to see if the gang unit had any kind of a, like, I think they called it a black book or any kind of written thing like that. Were you able to find anything out?
So, Your Honor, my conversation with APD gang unit, in my memory was, any YSL specific related, like roll up central investigation or larger report. Oh, that's fair. You're welcome, Mr. Weinstein. So when I talked with APD gang unit, the 5 gang experts that the state, I believe we had Dahlberg hearings on all of them, or almost all of them, Underwood, Belknap, Gaither, Dennis, and Viverito. Those are the 5 that any centralized, anything outstanding besides one specific case, and that they don't have any additional roll-up. I think an important thing too is, of course, the DA's office brought the RICO indictment. So there is in discovery this case supplemental report from a DA office investigator. And so they investigated these crimes individually. So other than what is connected with the individual APD case number for the overt or counts, there is not some larger, the closest I've seen is this case supplemental. And there's, I think, like a 10 or 12 page. It has the peanut icon on it from Gaither and Dennis, and Sprinkle's report, which is specifically about Donovan Thomas's murder, is those are the 3 most extensive, other than just a report pertaining to a homicide or an armed robbery.
Okay. So is there any written gang unit kind of, here are our policies on how we determine who's in a gang or anything like that?
I have not specifically asked that question. They certainly have the Georgia gang criteria that they follow, so I can speak with them about that. And I'm sure, well, not sure, but from speaking with them, I'm quite positive it's going to be aligned with the first witness, Detective Belknap.
Right.
That slideshow was built around how he was trained to.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind just asking, and was there anything else beyond like what their policies are, policy manual, any kind of gang manual they might have?
Or any methodologies or anything of that nature.
Yeah.
What did Mr. Matthews say?
Any methodologies, any of their processes,
Any
things of that
kind of
nature.
manual, any kind of written anything they've got about how they go about things.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And can you get back to us fairly quickly on that?
I will, I'll leave court and make some phone calls, Your Honor, and try to get anything I can find on that topic.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, what I'd like is, I'm making all this as an example. Detective Gaither speaks with Kenneth Copeland. It's the 10th day of June 2015. In an interrogation room, it's video audio. And Mr. Copeland states that John Doe is a member of this gang. Well, then the gang investigators, they say, well, we have from a confidential, reliable source that John Doe is this gang member. So now it's a confirmed, documented gang member. And now we wind up on the witness stand with Detective Gaither saying this person's in this gang. I want to go behind who said that? Where is that documentation? Because it's not just...
There may or may not be any documentation. So can you inquire into that as well?
Actually, Judge, Mr. Steele has been given, and there has been provided, in this case, that actually was addressed earlier in this trial. When there is documentation that a person is a gang member, the whole issue of where is it documented came up way before Your Honor began presiding over this case. The expert who is on the stand talking is allowed to tell, that is the reason that we have the questions that we have about what they base their, how they determine that someone is a gang member. We've talked about the standard operating procedures. I believe that's even been given to the defense, APD's standard operating procedures. which have the 6 criteria
Right.
that they use.
They're aware of that.
So this idea that where it's documented, we've even given them the gang profiles of each of the defendants in this case and of people who are rival gang members. We literally turned all of that over.
Yeah, I mean, what they're looking for, it sounds like, is, is there something where they say, okay, John Doe said that Joe Blow is if gang.
Those types of things, partly like in the gang profile encounters that they have that document what it is they're basing, in part, what it is they're basing these classifications on. They're listed. They're literally listed in the gang profile. And then on top of that, you have encounters with family members, interviews, things that aren't going to be all in the profile, but things upon which they can base their
Sure, and if they have written it down,
opinion.
then it needs to be produced. And anything that is more general than that, as we already described, needs to be produced.
Yes, Your Honor. And
Okay.
I think
And as I think I mentioned when we were discussing this before, obviously any of the defense attorneys are free at any time to ask those questions of any of these, gang unit members or any other law enforcement officer. Y'all can get together with them at any time and, see if they want to talk to you. So y'all can always do that too. All right. So anything else before we get the witness back in and the jury back in?
I am looking at the next timestamp, and I just wanted to make sure that I start at the right place. So if the judge,
All right. Well, you can be
just give me
doing
a
that
moment.
while we have everybody get back in their places. So can somebody let Sergeant Gaither know to come back in? And I'll make sure to avert the cameras till she's in place, please.
All right, I'm good.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Your Honor, for the record, we're going to pick back up at 2:57:08. Actually, $257.08. But before that, I'm going to ask a few questions. Sergeant Gaither, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, did he talk to you about what he understood Kelvin Treadwell's role or relationship to Jeffrey Williams as it pertained to his artistry was concerned? Yes.
That's evidence rule. Objection. On the recording.
Sustained.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with Mr. Steele about his objection, specifically about, may I approach?
Okay.
Sergeant Gaither, did Quindarius Zachary tell you that he knew Kelvin Treadwell as Thug's road manager?
Yes. Yes.
And is that the same Kelvin Treadwell that you saw on scene in the surveillance footage with the Browns Mill Road video at the time of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
Did you ask Quindarius Zachary whether Mr. Treadwell still drives that white Nitro?
Yes.
And when you asked him that question, was the white Nitro the Dodge Nitro that is seen in the surveillance footage at the time of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And did Quindarius Zachary tell you, no, he let Nard fuck that up?
Yes.
Did you understand that to mean Nard had wrecked the Nitro?
Yes, I believe you stated that.
And the Nard we're talking about, is that the same Nard that you identified in 503 Yankee?
That Quindarius identified?
Yes. Quindarius identified.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to now advance. During your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did you talk about the shooting of a Frida Reed's home?
Yes.
Is that Rayshawn Bennett or Lucci's mother?
Yes.
Did Quindarius Zachary indicate where he was at the time of the shooting?
He did, but I can't recall exactly where.
Okay. If I show you a portion of the transcript of your interview with him, will that refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay. Just 1 second. $255.50. We're starting at 255.
What about Nard? Like, what's his demeanor like? Like, what's his personality like?
I was just one nigga that like Moonson, like I don't go with it. They don't really talk to it. Moonson, everybody know Moonson don't go. And everybody know Nard don't go. It's just like they the old.
So it's like they know they bound it, but
Yeah,
ain't nobody gonna too much fuck with them.
yeah, ain't really gonna build Moonson. Right. If he went to hang with Wood,
Right.
ain't gonna build Nard because they know.
What about Doo-Wop? Fit into this, cause
He at home, boy.
so him and Yak are close.
Yeah.
Do you know Doo-Wop?
No, I just know him like I don't know. I didn't know his name Doo-Wop. If you like that, so I was.
And Your Honor, we're stopping at 256.40. As we advance to let me ask you this, Sergeant Gaither. As far as you know, Nard and Moonton, their ages, are they older than, significantly younger than Mr. Zachary? What did Mr. Zachary and you mean when you're talking about Nard and Moonton being old heads?
I knew at this time that Mr. Sledge Moonton, he was at least maybe 15 years older than Quindarius. I knew Nard maybe roughly 10 years older than Quindarius.
Okay.
At this time in this interview.
And when talking about Doo-Wop, do you know or remember what name Doo-Wop, what his given name is?
I do.
What is it?
Justin Cobb.
Justin Cobb?
COBB.
Thank you. During the interview with Mr. Zachary, did Mr. Zachary describe O.G. Bentley's house for you all, or his spot for you all?
He did.
And did he describe it saying it was a brick house with a fence around it?
Yes.
All right. Page 8. Zachary tell you whether or not he knew any relationship between O.G. Bentley and Donovan Thomas's sister?
Mr. Zachary stated that Donovan Thomas's sister had a child with Kelvin Treadwell.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to restart at 2:58:18.
I don't know her name. Y'all don't know her name? Anybody know?
I know a nickname.
What her nickname?
I'm sure. We'll find
Like she got Twitter or something though.
What's the house look like on Oak Street?
That fencing yellow brick house.
Yeah. Any cars in the front? Broke down cars?
Nah, they ain't got that spot no more. Might shut her up. They said we looking at it.
Is that when
That's that little corner little house. It looks like a studio or something.
Nah, I don't see no corner.
You know what y'all talking about? I think it's yellow. They got a little studio in it.
It's like how they sit next to the park.
It's on the back side. I think narcotics just hit the house like maybe a few months ago.
Nah, that was boarding spot.
You know what y'all talking about, though, right?
They said top of the hill on the corner.
Yeah, like right at the corner.
Yeah. Okay. That boarding spot.
describe it a little more. Fence, brick house.
That's it.
What else? Like got a driveway?
They got a driveway.
What color is it?
The driveway?
The house.
The house brick. Like
red brick, brown brick.
Brown brick, whatever. Brown brick.
What end of Oak Drive? Like what is it closest to?
You know, you make right at McDonald's. You go all the way up to the red light. Make that right. It's probably like the fourth or fifth house on the left.
Fourth or fifth house on the left.
What else? The Cam-Later right here, and they spot right here.
It's next door to the Candy?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you end up going down to Florida with them if you know that they did this and you had nothing to do with it?
Go down for the show, just go down there. I didn't think they taking us down there for that, girl. You know what I mean? They like do a head show down there.
So y'all just went for the show?
Yeah. See, I told you, when they tell me to stay down there for a few days, we came back. But Monsoon was already up here. Monsoon ain't go. Monsoon, I ain't big now. I ain't going nowhere.
Answer this question. So what was the mood like when y'all was down there? You said it was boring, but what was the conversation like? Like what was y'all, ain't nobody bring it up at all or what?
I'm scared.
You even speak on?
So we was just going so far. I was going some mall shit.
What, you thought they was gonna get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
Shit, he was normal.
He ain't get no fuck.
I mean, he killed her like, why did they kill Nut? He's like, but then down like they told him that Nut said it's a goal. They really Would be holding back stuff. Why though? I don't know, like he'll put us in, but it really don't have nothing to do with us.
I'm pausing at 3:01:02.
When Mr. Zachary said that, when he told you they were scared, when Dennis asked what was the mood like, did he mention anybody besides Woody being afraid and just laying on the sofa?
Well, sustained is the best evidence.
Okay. Did you know who Quindarius Zachary met when he said, while Woody was laying on the sofa, all of us are going to the mall and everything? Who is the all of us? Did you understand him to mean?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Your Honor,
Sustained unless there's a basis.
I asked who.
Yeah, I heard what you asked.
I'll ask a different question.
Okay.
At any point ever, after telling you that Thug asked, why did they kill Nut, did Quindarius Zachary give you any other reason besides Nut saying whoop?
It's all on the video audio. I object.
Your Honor, I would ask to approach as to the answer that I have so that I don't.
Is it basically the same thing we talked about just a minute ago or something different?
It's something different.
All right.
it up a few seconds.
I guess they told me that nut said it's a goal.
Back it up a little bit more.
Oh, we just on so far. I'm looking on some.
Just now, did you hear Mr. Zachary say Woody just on the sofa? All of us going to the mall and everything?
Yes.
And if there's something you heard differently and remember differently, will you please correct me?
Sure.
Was there anything, you sort of paused a little bit, was there anything that you wanted to correct or change in what?
I was just replaying it in my head, what he said.
Thank you.
What do you thought they were gonna get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
And just now, did Detective Dennis ask Mr. Zachary what was Thug like at 30040?
I just say objection. On 403, this is going to take.
All right, so if there's something that is actually really hard to understand, then I don't mind if you try to
That is the,
get confirmation or whatever about what was actually said. But
thank you. That is,
make sure we don't do it with every.
we are not.
sentence of the rule.
Thank you. Is that what? Detective Dennis was asking, what Thug was like?
Yes.
He ain't get no fuck.
I mean, he killed her, he why did he kill Nut? But then, down like they told him that Nut said it's a goal. It really would be holding back stuff.
And in the portion we just played up to 30055, after Detective Dennis said he didn't give a fuck, did you hear or did Quindarius Zachary say during the interview, I mean, he cared, but why did they kill, he asked, why did they kill Nut? And then that's when they told him that Nut said whoop. And it's a go.
That they were on go, yes.
That what now?
That they were on go, yes.
Okay. And after that, did Mr. Zachary say, would he really be holding back? And later on explain.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Picking up at 30055.
I don't know, he'll put us in, but it really don't have nothing to do with us. He was like, Lil D, they said something about you. He told me they said something about me. To rev him up? Huh? You mean to just rev somebody up to be down to do some shit? Yeah. It really be at him, but he'll try to push off on
It's like you saying something about me and I bring gun into it, so I got somebody behind my back.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, why initially did it come out that basically they were trying to kill Woody and shooting up all his spots? I'm just trying to grasp what they did. I mean, but why would they think Woody has Woody done something to them previously?
They say Woody had shot up Gucci Studio, Metropolitan.
Metropolitan where?
In studio with Thug Studio at. Well, they ain't really Thug Studio, but
where he be at?
Studio is?
I don't know what studio it is. I think it's Baffling Studio. I don't know his name.
Y'all be over there though.
I was down there about 2 times.
So supposedly Woody shot up Lucci Studio.
Yeah.
Which side
Thug got studio? Them folk Thug stuff being out now. I don't know if it's the same studio or not.
I mean, but do you know what is it on the same side as the vault?
That's the vault. What's the vault?
The vault is the studio with Thug.
Nah, it's on this side.
Like what TIG is?
TIG, that's studio.
Oh, okay, well, say TIG. We don't lie. So they shot up TIG Studio.
Yeah. then when they shot at Kill, when they first shot at Kill, when I told you him and Mook, right, that was all the beat, like, that one really escalated. That one just guns up for both sides.
So who shot Kel?
Who shot him? Tay.
Trevante?
No.
And who else?
That's all I know. Tay said him and his little partner seen him. He was in February or something. They found him. I think they found him from the West End. He was arguing with a girl or something.
Who was with you, Bonte?
His partner, he said his name.
Who was Hot Sauce?
Hot Sauce.
You know anybody by the name of Hot Sauce? Go by Hot Sauce? So the fight in Crucial, did that happen where Woody got jumped on?
Yeah, they happened Fulton.
That was like right before, like a few days before, right?
That Monday.
The nut got killed on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying about 5 or 6 days.
So that Monday he gets jumped on by Kel now. Did they shoot up any other spots? Did they shoot at him downtown?
Downtown?
Did Thug Girl event get shot up at a hotel?
Thug Girl.
So after this, so what happened after Woody get jumped on? So he get jumped on?
Thug stayed in the club. And then, me and Thug stayed in the club. All of them went outside. So, what you call it? But D,
What's you call it?
What?
You said they went outside with what you call it?
Get done. No, they did get done. I want Thug walking out there and then. Yeah, cause he the money, too.
Right.
And then that one, what you call it?
Did they jump on Bloody J?
Yeah, they jumped. I just didn't say that.
Okay.
They jumped on Bloody J. Shannon Swamp one. They pulled out. Killed him already gone. So we ran up the street. Went to their car and beat Thug and they. I'm gonna probably Drake Thug and Carvick by itself. Then that one Wood out him lined up on the side of the street by the church. Went on Bloody J on the ride past. When they rode past, they started shooting up.
So it started that night, basically.
The shooting, all this like Kel, they shot at Kel, they've been having.
So Nuts murder basically was all really a month. Really, we was a month behind.
The shit was already going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
It didn't like just happen. Stuff was already going on in November, December, and it just kind of bled over to the actual murder in January.
Gotcha. So now, while y'all in Miami, Woody's family house is getting shot up.
He not scared, tripping.
As he should be. Wouldn't you be scared if I shot up Summer house, Kelly house, your daddy's house, your grandmama's house? Wouldn't you
I'd
be
be
scared?
scared, but if somebody shoot towards my mama, that's when I'm going to jail.
What about Summer? Because clearly you just said they shot at Summer. You got up out of bed to go deal with that.
Somebody shoot at my mama, I'm going to jail.
What about your sister?
Fuck up.
I'm gonna be mad at it now.
Nah, it's just, my mama and Summer, they always go.
Mom and son all.
What about grandma?
That's my grandma.
Exactly. So one of the point I'm making is that.
Stopping at 3:06:09. Sergeant, I'm going to take you back and ask you about certain portions of the video that were just played.
Kelly house, your daddy's house, your grandmama's house. Wouldn't you be scared?
Wood out him lined up on the side of the street by the church. Went on Bloody by itself. And they want wood out in line up on the side of the street, like straight up and they big drink.
Your Honor, may I ask the witness a question to establish for the record why it is and what it is that I'm replaying?
You can try, sure.
Sergeant Gaither, during the portion of the interview that was just played, were portions of what Mr. Zachary said, and specifically after he was asked about what started the beef between YSL and If Gang, and why it was that they were trying to shoot at Woody. Were you able to hear today on this screen what it was that Mr. Zachary said Woody had done as it related to the Metropolitan, the studio on Metropolitan?
Yes.
And in that video, did Mr. Zachary say,
This is just repeating what we've already heard. If the jurors can't hear it, the jurors know to ask the court if they can rehear it.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the court's instructions and I'd ask to be allowed to do what the court said that it would allow me to do.
The court didn't say anything. We're listening to a recording, then we're listening again with Ms. Love repeating what the recording allegedly says. I'm not conceding she's saying it right. And asking the witness whether she heard it, and she says yes. I'm objecting.
Your Honor, I believe that this is the same mode of interrogation Mr. Steele used with one of the previous witnesses while listening to Mr. Kenneth Copeland's video. The state objected. It was overruled. And I'd asked to be allowed to ask this witness about certain portions of this interview. I have not done this consistently.
I don't actually recall the state objecting on this basis and that being overruled.
I objected that he was not asking a question. He was reading portions of the transcript, and the court said, I think he's going to ask him, is that what he said?
Okay, well, that is not the objection that has now been made. And based on that objection, I have to sustain it.
Okay. And Your Honor, the objection being cumulative, or what? What is being sustained so that I don't?
What was the last thing y'all said? I mean, I know you've said best evidence previously, and did you just say cumulative?
It's also cumulative, Your Honor.
Because we just heard it.
We've heard it twice, and now
Your Honor,
Ms. Love is trying to
when
cash it.
Detective Gaither is off, or when Sergeant Gaither is off the stand, if there is a portion of this interview that the jurors are unable to decipher, and they're not able to ask the person sitting there in the room, it's too late to have her come back and answer the questions. So unless the court, or unless the defense is okay with the court inquiring whether the jury understands what's being said at a certain point, I'd ask to be allowed to ask her what she heard in the room at the time that the interview was held.
Objection, but if we're going to have speaking objections, I have one I'd like to say as well. That I believe is on behalf of the jury, as Ms. Love seems to be claiming she is speaking on behalf of. This is a waste of time hearing the same thing 3 times.
Well, it's not a waste of time if it can't be deciphered, but
A, if it can't be deciphered, then I don't think we need to hear it 3 times. It's indecipherable. But B, Ms. Love just asked Investigator Gaither, and she said she understood it. It was clear. So I don't know why we're rehashing it.
It's not really whether Miss Sergeant
Gaither can understand it or not. I mean, the evidence is being presented so that the jury can absorb it. And I don't know whether the jury can understand what's being said on it or not. Can y'all understand what's being said? Some of them can, some of them can't. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna call it Drake Thug and Corvette by itself.
At the timestamp that I stopped at, 3:04:45, did Mr. Zachary say, I'm in the car with Dre, Thug is in the Corvette?
Yes, he said Thug is in the gray Corvette.
In the gray Corvette.
Yes.
And was this still talking about January 6th?
Yes, at Club Crucial.
All right.
And Wood out him line up on side of the street by the church. Went on bloody day on the ride past. When he rode past, he started shooting up.
And did he just say, and that's when Woody and them all lined up on the side of the street by the church, waiting on Bloody J. And when Bloody J rode past, that's when they started shooting.
Yes,
Is there a church near Club Crucial?
it is.
Continue.
It's going to that night, basically.
The shooting, I'm just like, they shot it, it didn't happen.
So Nuts murder basically was all really a month. Really, we was a month behind.
The shit was already going on.
Okay.
Yeah. It didn't like just happen. Stuff was already going on in November, December, and it just kind of bled over to the actual murder in January.
Okay. Advancing now to 3:06:32.
He tried to kill him, he didn't do it. They just kept pushing it up for that Wood deal because he wanted Wood.
That's the wrong part, right?
Yeah, Wood didn't care, just like, both of them, they gonna try to put it off on somebody. Say like, I don't like you. But I know we had altercation and we shooting at each other.
Right.
Then somebody on my side get shot, but you didn't do it.
I didn't think that it was them just to get more people against.
Yeah. Right.
Well, what's Montauk and Kale's beef?
Who Montauk?
Antonio.
Tree?
Who shot?
All right. Did you understand, Mr. Zachary, at any point to say, my side gets shooting, their side get the shooting? Start talking about that.
I don't think I understood a lot of what this little portion was.
Okay.
It's a little distorted.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Zachary say, after asking what Moontoon and Kel's beef were, did you hear Mr. Zachary say Trivia?
Trivia, yes.
during the course of your investigation, did you look into a shooting at an Entrevia Smith's house?
Yes.
I'm going to advance to the next time. And I'm going to go to 309.
What kind of court you told me? Come on, Tom.
Nah, he ain't had that in front of me. What kind of car was he driving? He had a running truck. When was this incident? Nah, what car is that? I don't know who car that is.
Who got a gray in front?
Who Jake got in front of him, he came back out too.
Who got a gray in front?
I don't know. His girl on drive away with the gray Malibu? Hey, girl. Nah, he girl football. His girl got a gray. She used to have a Malibu, used to go. No, she didn't. Not I know her. Not I ain't one. This was like recent. Like, he had a rental Malibu. It was a rental? Yeah, a Malibu, but not a. When did he have a rental? Shoot, Fulton went on tour. When did y'all go? I don't know when y'all go on tour. I think we went on tour back in April or something. Back in April. Yeah.
So, let's get to this. Who shot up Lucci?
Sergeant Gaither, did Detective Dennis just ask Mr. Zachary did you all discuss during the interview and at this point the shooting of Lucci's mother's house?
Yes.
All right. And is Lucci the Rayshawn Bennett that you spoke about earlier?
Yes.
What address did Miss Reed live at? Or just the street name, not the full address?
Hill Street, Southeast.
Did you all investigate a shooting at that location?
Investigated a couple of them.
Do you remember the dates of those shootings?
Not off the top of my head, no. It was during this time.
Do you remember whether one occurred in January?
Correct.
Were they both after Donovan Thomas was murdered?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm picking up at 30906.
Thug the nephew. The pope is in jail right now. Quentin Pittman. So, how did, because that was the gun that you had, that you got caught with. No, that was gun. So, how did Woody end up with that gun that day? We was at Boot Grandma house, Big Boot Grandma house. Mm-hmm. And we was like, hey, poking Shannon, they're right.
Okay.
Then when they came back, they ain't even tell her what they did.
What kind of car were they? They were in what?
It was in that white Chargers.
Woody Chargers? Okay.
And then the boy, Mushu, whoever he be with Lucci, Mushu.
Yeah.
He called Boo. Like, when Wooden got back, he called Boo. Like, Boo, we got in. Boo, like, what? He like, somebody just shot up Lucci mama house. And mom got shot. And Boo, like, don't tell me how they did that. Cause they come back and they say that. Don't tell me how they did that. Then that when Wooden got scared again. Cause Mushu, I got 10,000 and whoever did that.
Who had the Monto gun?
Wooden.
So they actually came back and said they did it, or y'all just assumed it?
No, they said they did it. He finally said it when Wood, like I told you, Wood got scared when they got 10,000. Felt like, man, we just shot up Lucci on my house.
So because Lucci was close with Nut, they just
Lucci was hanging with Kel.
Right.
About Nut. I told you all about Lucci and Kel. Like, Nut didn't go get killed. I don't know what made him do it.
Did you know Nut?
Yeah. He's giving me $20 and stuff, so you know, I pull up on use some gas money, phone bills, doing stuff like that.
So he was like the big homie.
Yeah, he cool with the whole city. That's what everybody said.
Everybody speak highly of him, but he still was a street nigga. So he had dirt on his hands too.
Yeah, he was trying to, but he's like every time I see him on something, so like ain't no gas in the car, so he give me 20 or 40.
So they look at you like the little like
yeah,
little guy.
I ain't no harm.
Basically. So
Your Honor,
Yes.
out of an abundance of caution, I'd ask to approach Mr. Sharp.
All right.
Your Honor, I can
Yeah.
play that portion. We're at it if the court will allow me to play it for the court so that you can hear it while you're reading it, if that will lend any assistance.
No, I mean, what I have in my notes is that this bracketed part 112.17 through 113.12 was in. What I've got written next to it is okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Shart, I think what you're raising now is, does this sort of undo the not including Shannon's name in this whole conversation? Is that right?
Correct, because it is, to me anyways, difficult to discern whether Quindarius Zachary is speaking out of what he observed versus what Mr. Copeland may have said when he spilled the beans. And that's my concern because, earlier today we argued that certain things would come out to protect the hearsay issues.
So let me ask, on page 113, lines 11 and 12, at least on my copy, when he's talking about, I don't know how they went unintelligible, got in the car, I just know gun unintelligible, what does that actually say?
Your Honor, if the court will permit me just
All
to
right.
advance to that part.
All right, let's just listen to it now. And we may have listened, I'm sure we probably listened to it before, but I didn't jot it down.
Did Shannon, you think Shannon had on that?
I don't know, they had AK and another 223. It was 223 and an AK. I know they had that big AK. That was poked in them.
The AK was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
Oh, he had the AK and the 223.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns. He was like,
So answer this question. So when we were in court,
That very last part again.
Okay.
answer this question. So when we were in court,
No, before.
and you found this
Hang
question.
on, stop it. Okay.
Another 223. It was 223 and an AK. I know they had that big AK. That was poked in them.
The AK was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
Oh, he had the AK and the 223.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns. He was like,
So answer this question. So when we were in court,
Your Honor,
and you found out.
I believe that he said, I don't know how they got it in the car. I just know the guns they had afterwards.
Can you play just that part again? Not, and I know it might be hard to get to that, but.
So I'm going to rewind it 5 seconds and let's see if we can capture just that part.
So when we were in court, and you found out that gun.
I'm going to 3:11.
Yeah, the AK and the 223.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns. He was like,
So answer this question. So when we were in court,
I don't know what he's saying, and I don't expect you to ask, did he say such and such? If you want to ask, what did he say? That's one thing, but anyway, I mean, that's in.
Listened to this and reported back and said it was in. Yeah. I'm not the one asked to approach, so I don't agree with the ruling, but I'm agreeing with what was ruled upon.
So, why were we approaching?
Yeah. Just out of an abundance of caution, Judge. I mean, I just wanted
to make sure what the ruling was.
Yes.
All right, well, we know now. So is the jury by chance ready? Not yet. Okay. Anybody who needs to use the bathroom, please do it quickly.
Resuming at 3:11:15 where we stopped.
Basic. So, what gun did Shannon, you think Shannon had on that?
I don't know, they had AK and another 223. The 223 and the AK. I know they had that big AK. That was poke gun.
The AK was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
Oh, he had the AK.
I don't know how they got in caught. I didn't know gun. They go like I was.
So answer this question. So when we were in court and you found out that gun came back to Lucci Mama, what happened since then? Because clearly I know you didn't.
Someone told me, man, someone like, you need to start hanging with them, you need to go and tell them for who gun it was. I was going to tell, but I didn't.
So, where are they getting all these damn guns from? Because I know you only purchased a couple of them. Where are all these 223s and these, where are these guns at and where they getting them from?
I already had guns. You think you already got guns?
I mean, I know they really bringing them out tonight.
Like it, right? We was at Thug house. Thug already gone. We see Kill them put up in the driveway.
His house, his apartment?
Yeah, come on, we see, I was in that one, I like that Kill, I see Gucci had the red Camaro. I like that, they parked up, they go park this summer car, I got a summer car. They go park this summer car, wait a few minutes, and pull back out. And then, when we went out of town, I just summer car at Thor house, she came and got my dad dropped off. Cause I ain't getting that car. They just parked there too.
Right.
I don't know if they stood around or not.
Right.
So, what I saying?
When y'all went out of town?
Yeah. They shot at, Kill shot at something at Crystal.
That was with your sister, right?
With my sister?
Wasn't that?
It was,
Trivium.
yeah, Trivium and something at Cousins. And they met at the Christmas and Kill and Herbie had word.
They say Kill thought I was in the car, that way he was pushing. But you wasn't in that car.
Right, but you wasn't in the car, you was
I was in Miami.
Right, you was gone. So now you got these two for somebody else's fees. Because they shooting at your girl and you really ain't got shit to do with it. You just hanging with the wrong people at this point.
That night when you guys come, that's the first time like they ever let me ride. Like when they go through something.
So I was like, now they popping your chair.
Cause when everybody else, he locked up or something.
Boy, oh boy. What do you remember what day you got arrested for that gun?
It was May 7th. May 7th. Like,
where are your guns at?
I don't know. Woody told me that he lost. I had bought one. When I came back, I bought the 762, the Draco.
Yes.
I had that for a minute. Then I had owed somebody some money. I had owed one of Woody friends some money. So I left it. I told him to tell him hold that, so I paid him. So I see Thug get some money from him. So. He like, all right.
Who is this? Because we need that gun.
Who?
You're the gun you bought. No. You had, I'm getting confused. Woody had his gun. You had mine.
Answer this question. Answer this question. When you bought that Draco that you talking about for Woody.
No, I bought it for me.
Huh?
I bought when they shot Summer Cole.
So you bought it for yourself?
Yeah, put it in Summer Cole, right with it.
So how Woody end up with it?
God owed somebody some money.
So you sold it to him?
No, I just like hold my gun until I get the money.
Right.
And Woody like, I hold it in my house.
So was you ever gonna buy it back? Did you ever attempt to buy it?
I had see Thug ain't coming around because he got too much going on. He going out for some bullshit.
Right.
So he stopped coming around. And then that when I had bought the other one. I had bought the other one a few days later.
Right.
The 223.
And who did you buy that for? Because I know it wasn't for you.
I bought it for Woody.
How much did he pay for it?
$1,000.
So you bought it directly for him?
He just like, he said, what? He gonna leave me in the house with his baby mama and kid.
What's investigative thought?
There's someone that's handling the house.
Yeah, that's popping on, man. Yeah. What's up? Come on. Give me some long gloves, man.
Where are you from?
Yeah.
Long, what you feel about the tape?
going to 3/16/21.
You gotta think about it. Wayne get money. Birdman going.
All right. Well, we're gonna fast forward on that.
Wait, now, I got one more question. Do you think that
And I'm stopping at 3/16/36. And I'm going to 3/16/42. If there are no objections. Starting up at 3/16.
Hang on, Mr. Sharp.
I asked it to be played the way that the court ordered it to be played.
I haven't ordered it to be played anyway.
Court, I don't know why that's being skipped.
Okay, I don't know what's being skipped, but
If Mr. Steele lets me know which portion he wants to tell me the timestamp, I'll play it.
do we need to approach again?
I'm referring to it. If he,
Okay, well, I mean, she needs to give the timestamps for purposes of the record, but are you able to do both the document?
given that I don't know what portion Mr. Steele is asking to come in, I can't tell.
So
I can simply say we are attempting to do number 25. So
I mean, that would work in terms of letting them know what it is. Does that help if she just refers to the number?
and I do want to do the time for the record, but
Yeah, I mean, you need to, but will that help y'all? If she refers to the number of what it was we all were referencing when we were going over the evidence? I need you to use the mic.
I understand what the state's saying about 25. I think that there is a portion in between 24 and 25, which is found on the top of page 123.
Can y'all come up here for just a second? And you can just stay where you are. You won't understand what it is that we're saying anyway. actually listening to a portion of this. I'm going to have to excuse y'all again. I hope it will not take more than 1 or 2 minutes. So don't go anywhere very All right, Mr. Sharp, do you want to just come over to council table and y'all try to work with Miss Hilton or Miss Knight on what needs to get played? Yeah. And that way y'all can listen to it and get the timestamps and sort it out.
And to be clear, Your Honor, let me also put on the record, the part
Hang on. Okay.
The part that I stopped at was 3:16:34. At 3:16:34, and honestly, I have on my own transcript like a hard line, take out. If this is not something that everyone on the other side wants excluded, I'll happily play it. But the part that I stopped at, it says, answer this question. Did Birdman know anything about that murder?
All right, let's just listen to the tape. And the tape is what it is, and figure out what the timestamps are. Because I think we all agree what's in and what's out. We just don't seem to agree on what the timestamps are.
I'm starting where I'm going to go back to 3:16:20. All right, to 3:16:20. All right, so 3:16:20, I'm going to play.
Good. You gotta think about it. Wayne get money. Birdman ain't going to jail for nobody.
All right. Well, we gonna fast forward on that.
Wait, I have one more question. Do you think that Thug ordered that on murder against nothing? No. I told they were just trying to give the name.
Okay.
So there's like no sanctions.
There it is, right there. The court's ruling, as I understand it, and I have documented, is that the part that the state just played, which is on 122, the bottom of 122 going to page 123, the transcript, where it says, do you think that Thug ordered that on Nut, murder against Nut? And he says, nah. That was all coming in.
Right.
Okay? And then,
Correct.
and then when Zachary says, nah, I told they just trying to get a name,
That's out.
That's
the
out.
law is in, and the rest of it is out.
Correct.
Yes. And then it picks back up with the question. Right?
So there's no sanctions and all that's in.
Right, right.
So am I clear that there's a 1 second part that's out? Because
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to be allowed to play that because I am not, a second, it's going to take less than a second to say that. To stop it.
It doesn't matter. That part's out.
I know, but what I'm saying, Your Honor, is I do not believe that.
Can you turn the volume down for that part? Because that would be fine. If you just gnaw and turn the volume down.
I can, yep. Because we had 3:16:34 to 3:16:41 out. And that was what they agreed to.
But I know that line 7, murder against Nut, Zachary's answer, nah, is supposed to be in, and the rest of it is out. And then it's Gaither's question again.
So the nah stays in,
Correct.
but the rest of the sentence is out. And then it picks up after 5-6 words.
Yes.
says not, it's a space bar.
Evidence review doesn't work like that. But I'll, Your Honor, if the court would just give me a moment to just practice.
Okay.
Just
That works.
316.
They're trying to get.
That's not the critical part because it doesn't say anything. So I don't know why we can't just.
Or if it, in the interest of time, if she just instructs, or the court instructs rather, Detective Gaither to refresh her memory on it, don't say the second part, and just ask a question. Did you ask Mr. Zachary if Mr. Williams ordered the killing? And her answer would be no.
Your Honor, I don't think that the court would ever allow the state to interrupt cross-examination and instruct the defense on how to ask a question or examine a witness. So, Your Honor, he can get that out on cross. I'm not trying to hide anything. I would gladly play it all. So I'm going to do as the court instructs. I'm going to play it. I can pause it. I can hit mute. Either option is fine with me. But again, I do not want to be accused of running afoul unintentionally or intentionally of anything that the court ordered. So I'm going to do as the court directed.
Okay, so are you ready to get the witness back in?
Yes.
I'm going to caution you, though, that if more than, like, if that whole thing ends up getting played, I'm not going to be happy. So make sure you don't do that.
I'm going to make every effort. I want it on the record. I'm making every effort to comply with the court's instructions.
All right, well, you've been able to do it twice in practice without getting any critical part heard, so I expect you to be able to do it with the jury, too.
Counsel can play it, but
Huh?
they can play it themselves.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm starting at 3:16:27.
Go back.
All right. Well, we gonna fast forward on that.
Wait, I got one more question. Do you think that Doug ordered that?
On nothing.
Murder against nothing?
I told him that.
I'm stopping. I stopped at 3:16:41, and I'm going to pick. And I'm starting back up at 3:16:43.
There's like no sanctions if some shit happens, and I'm from Chicago, so I know about gang life and all that stuff. So if there's something done without quote unquote permission from the higher ups, it ain't no kind of who said so the higher. I mean,
Pausing at 3:17:00. And resuming at 3:17:04.
He wouldn't even right there when he started YSL.
Who started it?
My brother and Slug.
Taylor Slug.
Yeah.
What about DK?
They did, because they were around through. I'm telling you who started it. Tay Slug and some, like 3 more of their friends. That these people that already grew up together who started.
Mm-hmm.
All of them started. Then they Slug, he loved Thug, so he put him, he told Thug what was going on. And Thug just ran with it.
So now it's almost, I guess because Thug initially was with Red Cartel, right? Or he was rapping with Rock and all that.
I didn't even know what he was Rock.
Well, Rock Crew. Rock Crew, y'all confuse me.
Rock Crew and YSL the same thing.
Right.
But I told you, when everybody had fell out with Boo, I ain't saying like that, but they had fell out with Boo. Because they say Boo snitching on Mo.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when they started YSL.
just to kind of disassociate them.
But then you start back messing with who, you know,
So YSL is a game, but it's also a close like correct?
Stopping at 3:18:18. Picking up at 3. Sergeant Gaither, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, do you all confirm that he knows Detective Thorpe from Crawford Long? Do you remember asking, you know Investigative Thorpe, I'm certain you went to Crawford Long.
Correct.
Okay. And does Quindarius Zachary acknowledge that he does know Detective Thorpe?
Yes, he acknowledges it, gives him a hug.
Did what now?
Gives him a hug.
Okay.
Dapped up.
And I'm going to advance, Your Honor, to 3:19:10. And picking back up at 3:19:11.
I'll show you some pictures. And you can say if you know them, you don't know them. Tell me how long you know them, and if they had anything to do with Nuts murder. Who's doing what, who said what. Okay? Cool with that? Yeah. Okay. Open that up and tell me exactly what you see.
Do-wop.
Okay. You mind signing this picture? Tell me that's do-wop.
How I spell the name? Y'all spell do-wop for me.
D-U-W-O-P. D-U-W-O-P. And how long you been knowing him?
I ain't knowing that long.
Okay.
I told that to him
Say your name anywhere in there.
Hi, my name?
Mm-hmm.
I thought the one I don't know.
Right. I'm just making sure that they say, how do you know that he said that's do-wop? That's your signature. Okay? And you put today's date on there.
What the
August 5th, 8/5/2015.
8/5/2015.
Do-wop was one of the guys in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Who is that?
No.
Okay. Right here, where it's white, you can see it. It's right in the arm. How long you been on the arm?
So about 12.
Say, who's his dad? You say you know his dad?
No, I know he did.
I mean,
He knew your dad.
he knew
I
your
didn't
dad.
want to.
Quindarius' dad.
Same name right here too.
Yeah, same thing.
Is he still locked up as far as you know?
Yeah, I think he got 2 years or something.
What about Duwop? You heard anything about him lately?
Nah.
You know if he out or in?
They say he locked up.
Today's date again. They told me about 2000. Okay. Who's that?
Yeah.
Anywhere up in here, like Yak or whatever. YK.
Probably a little darker.
Oh, that's even good. Oh, he's killing it.
That's the fit. I think it's saying.
Group text
Yeah,
message.
that's 8-5-2015. Who's that? How long you know Shannon?
I'm with you.
About a year. You put in his t-shirt.
He got a nickname?
SB.
What that mean?
SB.
I mean, what does it stand for something?
Shannon Bad, I think.
Shannon Bernard.
Bad last name. So what, you put SB or
Yeah, whatever you
Shannon.
know.
Or whatever.
Shannon?
You know the Shannon.
Is it SHANON?
Yeah.
Can sign your name if you want. Okay. Now, I know you told them, but tell me, who told you what was going on?
Shannon, yeah.
Okay. Shannon and Yak told you what happened. Tell me exactly what they told you.
Shannon right here, they caught me. They run away, they run away with me bullshit. Yeah, girlfriend. They did me, matter of fact, she know.
Bullshit, no?
Yeah, she know.
Okay.
And, then they seen, look, Shannon told me that they seen Shannon like, we calm down bad.
Calm down bad.
Calm us down bad.
Okay. What else?
And yeah, they killed me.
Okay. Did they say who was firing what gun?
Now, I know, Shannon had a 4.5.
Shannon had a 4.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know it's some shit, they had a little Draco with a shoulder strap on.
Draco.
Yeah.
Okay, who had the Draco?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Where'd you see it?
When I seen Draco, another had, brought Little House, we made
Okay.
for really the day before.
The day before?
Before the murder or
The day before, man.
before the murder? No, I had it.
But I think Love was driving.
No, I was driving.
Yeah.
You said it was an Infinity?
Yeah.
You remember the model?
G35?
G35.
Was it any one of their cars or was it somebody else's car?
Now they had, Thug manager had Randy.
Thug manager.
Had Randy.
You know his manager's name?
Amina.
Amina. You know her last name?
No.
You know where she landed from?
No.
So, after the shooting, do you know what happened to the car and the guns?
Yeah, they dropped off at OG Pimp's spot.
Do you know the guns still around or they got rid of?
More likely they got rid of him. I think when he dropped off at Pimp's spot, he probably had got rid of him.
How do they normally get rid of guns?
I don't know. That ain't the first time they ever used to keep them.
Yeah.
Okay. So, did anybody get word to shoot nothing, or this is just an opportunity?
They just wanted the name.
They just wanted the name.
Cause like, it used to be Woody Moulton going out shooting. They just wanted the name.
So did Woody slow down with all his bullshit? Or once Nut got killed, did Woody slow down with his stuff, or was he still?
Nah, he like, when he seen that he had a lot of folk that ran with him, then he pumped back up.
Moody.
Yeah. But see, they might really know Shannon like that. Man, he just right, like those when we met him, he was around with water from him.
Right.
Stopping at 326.50. Advancing to 326.56. And starting back up at 326.57.
Stubbing from Shannon.
So it puts Woody to the side and Shannon back to the Woody spot.
So like Woody took Slug spot.
So Shannon and Yak told you, and he said that Nar was in the car also, and Nar was driving.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else you remember what they told you?
That's it. No, that's it. You know what he told me.
And where did they tell you this at?
At Thorough House. Well, Shannon told me at Thorough House.
Shannon.
Nod told me at Thorough House too. But Thorough was already gone.
Okay. His house or his condo or
Condo.
Condo. Can you remember what Shannon had on that night?
Nah, I don't know. So long ago.
What boat she stay? Where she stayed?
What she stayed? I don't know where she stayed at. I just know her.
Well, just look familiar to you?
Yeah.
What that is?
At the condo.
The condo? And who's that standing in the window?
That's Shannon.
Was that before or after the murder?
That was the day before.
Day before?
Yeah, all the way went to the mom that one. So that one was closed, so that was the day before.
Okay. Alright. And what else do you know? What else do you know?
Probably.
About the murder?
I told y'all everything.
That's all they told you?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened afterwards? I mean, when y'all went to Thug House and they told you, was Nard and Doo-Wop there?
No, what do I was?
Okay.
Where did he go?
I don't know.
Or how did you link up with them after the murder?
Cause I told you, we called, Moulton called me out at say like somebody killed Nut. He was scared, and we were together in the house as much as possible. Who got shot at? We met him up there. And then Woody had pulled out. He pulled out a doctor. No doctor who he shot. So we me and Moulton, the Moulton followed me because I ain't have no license. So to Thug House.
So y'all all met up at the gambling house and then drove to Thug House.
Me and Moulton, and we met Woody. Woody had pulled out.
Who was with Woody? Was Lil D with him?
Nah, he was at Thug House.
But when you got to Thug House, Lil D was there.
Yeah, he was at Thug. He had been out the whole day.
Out of these four, who you the closest with? Shannon. Why is that?
Like, so he always, like, they treat him like little brother and stuff.
But you older than Shannon, though, ain't you? Y'all about the same age?
I'm 21, since I'm 22. But I knew him longer though, but we went close like that.
Right.
We just spoke up. He used to hang on, who I used to call my brother.
Stopping at 329.53. advancing to 3:30:06. Going from 3:30:06 to 3:30:10. 3:39. 3:30:09. Your Honor, what we'll do is actually go to the next portion unless there is an objection, because it's just a 3-second. So we'll go to 3:31:36. And as we're looking on the at this point, are you or is Detective Thorpe asking Quindarius Zachary about participants in the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And the picture or the photograph that Detective Thorpe is showing him now, is that Demise McMullen?
That Thorpe has?
Yes.
Yes.
Did Quindarius Zachary acknowledge that that was the Nard that he was talking about?
Yes.
Starting at 3:31:06. 3:31:36.
Who is that DK look like? I can't see him. This is him right here.
How often did Noah have Bentley Nitro?
Every day.
So he had access to it.
You asked me like, who we call? No.
You said, in your opinion, this look like Nard?
Yeah.
Still,
Stick.
how much percentage wise you think? 100%, 80%, 70%?
100%. That's what I know.
You sure?
Shit, they got me now.
Fine.
This, I don't know about DK. No, this is just to correct, like, that you said this looks like Nard. Like, we still working this case. DK doesn't know. Sign on the white card.
Sign with my name?
Name, date, and putting who you think in that picture is Nard.
Is Nard skinny?
Yeah.
So they just got sticks on deck. No. Where they getting them from? Thug got the check, so there's not. Thug put a date on it, 85.
I told Thug ain't start messing with all with like Thug ain't never really like buying no guns for no crime.
You didn't go.
Stopping at 33312, and as we advance to the next slide, I'm going to show you what has been admitted as 503 Yankee, and ask you if 503 Yankee is what Quindarius Zachary was looking at in the clip of the video that we just saw, where he signed his name.
Yes.
And did you ever in any way attempt to suggest in any report or anything else that Quindarius Zachary knew something about this particular crime?
No.
All right. And is this the Nard that he said he had known since he was 12?
Yes.
Starting back up at 33321.
I'm asking. I mean, I ain't checked back up on you. You ain't had anything pre-trial. I ain't gave you no violations or none of that.
The pre-trial officer, he was mad I was getting locked up. Officer man.
Yeah.
Everybody says they like you.
Because he know, like, he don't even own me no trouble.
Well, why you be around folks that be in trouble?
I do.
If your brother Tay trying to tell you to stay out of trouble, stay away from these folks, why can't you just stay away from these folks?
They just hang around stores and get a lot of girls.
But you knew Thug before Woody and all them started hanging out with him. Like, Thug don't even be around them like that.
I don't Thug my whole life.
Right, that's what I'm saying. He don't even be around them like that.
I know, but that's just how it was going. When he messing with it, it's like, Thug cut you off. One day, and then back cool to the next day.
So why people choose to come back around him? Like, if he got money, he be taking folks anywhere?
Be taking care of folks and stuff.
When's the last time you seen him?
I ain't seen him, man.
I mean, like, you ain't hung out with him or been to the club and nothing with him?
I ain't been no club. I ain't seen him, man. Like, when I came back off tour, I went in hospital. You know, I've been in hospital.
Right.
In hospital, I ain't really seen him.
Right. What's something to think about all this?
Shoot, she told me to come talk to y'all. She said if it can help me get out of this situation with me, come talk to y'all.
Absolutely.
She don't care. She hates.
Pausing at 335:05 and starting at 335:11.
3 years.
Y'all got no kids together?
No.
You want to break or you want to keep going?
Keep going about what?
We still got the book. Let it go.
Want to eat some chips and anything?
Yeah, I'm over here.
What kind of chips you want?
I don't know.
What can you eat? You said you're on a liquid diet.
Get that.
Look,
I don't want you to get sick now.
don't get sick on our watch.
I'll be alright. No. I'll be alright. I'm gonna eat a lot.
Can you use some crackers?
Oh, yeah, it's chill.
Okay, Doritos.
That's real.
Talk about the bus. Now,
I'll be back. Y'all keep y'all chill.
bro, we can't make you no promises, but you're doing a great job. Like, you don't even know.
I can't even express to you.
I'm saying, no, I don't want to be seen in no jail.
You don't want to.
When I say I can't even express to you what you're doing right now and just the magnitude of it, and like I said, we don't vouch for too many people. We just don't. Because people say one thing and then they get out and they start doing some more fuck shit.
I promise God, I ain't gonna, this right here cost me so much, they find out, I ain't gonna be able to, I'm in Cleveland now.
I
You
understand.
ain't gonna be able to.
Listen, you don't want to hang on
I don't want him
Cleveland.
to Cleveland now, man, something move.
You don't want to be nowhere on Cleveland. If God has a plan for you to help you out this situation,
Man, some move in Clark County. I'm not going out.
What I say to you first is these next couple of hours gonna determine the rest of your life, and that's just being real because
Hey, can y'all get my little probably at the court then?
I don't know if it's gonna work that fast. Like,
I'm saying, can y'all just tell them release my house or something?
all we can do
listen,
is ask.
what we're gonna do is, or what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna speak for myself. When we drop you back off to jail, I'm hopping on the phone with the DA's office like ASAP. And you already know Investigative Authority, he's stand-up kind of, he's gonna do the same thing because we've been working this shit since January. We hopped on the phone ASAP. There's still some stuff we gotta verify what you said, but you, like, it's shit is huge.
I want to say, like, even if y'all don't, y'all can just release me out my house arrest so y'all can move forward with the case.
I can't release you, but I'm telling you, you're gonna have my word that I'm gonna tell these folks the great shit you didn't tell us today.
It feel like weight off your shoulder, though.
I just want to get out of here.
I know.
I'm just saying though, but just to hold all that in.
I don't have a problem with my health. I want to spend
Because
time
you're
with my
stressing
family.
too.
I want to spend time with my family.
I understand. But once again, what you have to understand, listen to what you have to understand. If you're let out and you're given a bond, a house arrest, whatever the court decides to do with you, you gotta stay the fuck out. Listen to me. You have to stay the fuck out the way.
I promise God.
Everybody say I promise God, then you don't catch your case.
Pausing at 3:38:41. And advancing to 3:39:05.
So the Wayne concert, I mean, at the compound.
Where you was at?
Yeah, he supposed to came out there.
So what happened that night? Y'all was at the studio or what? What happened?
No, we did like we were who I with. I was Slug and Chill. Well, we two in the car.
What kind of car you was in?
For me, I was in Benz.
What color?
White.
Okay.
That's
Where we
the
all at
varsity
before?
guy, ain't it?
No.
Go ahead, sorry.
Where were y'all at before y'all went to Compton?
Liqueur.
So y'all was at Liqueur first.
Those sisters wanted to go to compound because everybody was deep and all that.
Right.
She didn't want to go there and be seen.
What kind of car she was in?
Hot truck.
Kind of truck?
Explorer.
2-door?
Yeah.
Who was with her?
DK on, they had pulled out the car. DK on, they had pulled out her car.
So who was in her car?
DK, another young nigga named Book.
Book?
Yeah.
You know the rapper Book?
No. This little nigga be with DK on.
Okay.
And they little partner named Kel.
Was in Love Sister Truck.
And Shannon.
And Shannon.
Shannon wasn't in that car.
Huh?
You wasn't in that car.
He got in that car. I told him he put it out the car.
So when they went to hit the bus,
Yeah.
he got in that car, and then they put the sister out. Where she stayed?
I don't know what she said. You know,
Which sister is this?
Max.
Don's wife, yeah. Alexis. Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you saw them, so you
That's why I'm saying. That's why it's like, he wasn't in that car originally. Originally, he was in the car with Lil D and T.
Yeah.
Okay. Who gun did I recover?
DK gun. You know, you snatched. I met the truck.
Yeah.
DK gun.
Were you out there for that?
Nah.
For the actual bus shooting?
They don't even know that.
So,
They don't know the truth.
let's break it. Let's start off. So, y'all go to the court. Everybody turn. Did y'all go back to the studio at any time?
Nah, we went to still late on that night.
But before y'all went to compound,
I went to Magic City and record.
and then y'all went straight to compound. So y'all met them over there.
Who met him?
Was y'all with everybody else at the
Who met him at Magic?
And then y'all,
Yeah.
but at some point, all of y'all wasn't together before y'all got to compound.
Before now, like me, Max, all this, DK, everybody except Pee Wee on. We met Pee Wee on at Magic. I'm telling you.
Okay. And then y'all left Magic to compound.
Compound.
Okay. How many cars was with y'all?
Like 10.
And you in what? You said White Mistake?
Yeah.
Who was driving that?
Chill with.
Dark skinned guy?
Nah. Light skin. Dread.
Light skinned dread?
Yeah.
Where was Pee Wee?
He from Maryland.
Who was with him?
I don't know who's in the car now.
So y'all leave from Magic, go to compound.
Yeah.
Once y'all get there, go from there.
Yeah. I ain't never one shot, so a lot of them go inside.
Right.
And then
What was the reason they were trying to get in there?
just going to it, I get it and YSL shirts on stuff.
No. So y'all didn't have an issue with Wayne? Like, what's the issue with Wayne? Well, what was everybody else's issue with Wayne?
Pee Wee, like I said, everybody want to make a name for themselves. Pee Wee don't want to go in there and just get into it with Wayne.
So the intention was to go start some shit.
Yeah.
Didn't matter what it was. They ain't y'all, you ain't know
They
that.
want to get seen. I
Right.
don't know if start shit or just get seen. They want to get seen.
Right.
Let them know they were there and all that. And then them few grabbed from the bush. I try to run from the back and few grabbed.
I did, Officer Booker did.
Somebody grabbed him.
And he was, what happened then?
And we stand right there where you grabbed the gun at.
Mm-hmm. And I pulled out on y'all.
When they pulled down that side street right there,
Mm-hmm.
they put Max in the other car. They put Max in the car with Tip.
So Max and Shannon switched spots.
Yeah.
Okay.
Told everybody that they were from which car.
Based on what?
We meet them at the studio. Say we're gonna go shoot up the tour.
So they said it.
Yeah. I don't know what they mean. They shoot up the tour.
Who said it?
Who said it? Pee Wee said it. Shannon said it.
Who was the most hyped about it?
Who was more hyped?
Yeah.
Shannon.
So where did you go? Once you left compound?
I went to the house at first, and then down there woke me up. So I'm popping chill, we woke me up. D said, hey, studio, I'm gonna pull up down now. Yeah, we pull up down now. And then they tell me what happened from the last time I seen you.
So everybody met back up at the studio, y'all just chilling there. How long was y'all at the studio?
About an hour. And I get it out Thug won't come back. But Thug won't answer the phone and then
Cause Thug was in New Orleans, right? Performing.
like my intention, I don't think Thug knew about it. And so I
Right.
Pee Wee was in the car by himself?
nah, he just called somebody, but I don't know.
So somebody's in the car with him?
Yeah.
Was Rico with them?
Puerto Rico.
Rico
That means
Rich.
you ain't got no hands, you ain't car.
We left him at Magic.
So he ain't go to compound.
He had a show at Magic.
I didn't know y'all hung with him. Well, he hung with Thug.
I didn't know him. They said that Thug artist. So,
Oh, he Thug artist.
though they say.
Yeah.
So after they shot up the bus, what happened?
Huh.
After they shot up the bus, what happened?
We met up at the studio.
So they came back to Metropolitan.
I am pausing it at 3:45, 57. And advancing to $346.19. And as we advance, I have just a few questions. Sergeant Gaither, when Darius Zachary talked about YSL and Rock Crew, was that information that you had before he told you, or was that the first time you had heard that YSL resulted from a break after people believed that Big Boo snitched?
I had heard that before.
All right, resuming at 3:46:20.
How does Pee Wee fit in all this?
What's in that
He cool with Wayne.
Like, yeah, I thought he was cool with Wayne, then he cool with this person, then I thought he was a Crip, then he thought he was a Blood.
Boy, he a crook.
Brave Street or Rolling City.
I don't know. Oh my bad.
But since Thug got that Birdman and got that check for him, he whatever.
Is he an actual rapper?
Yeah, he rap. He don't do no shows in that, but he really hype man, like for Thug.
Kind of like a Flavor Flav.
Yeah.
So he gonna do basically whatever Thug say as far as, you know, I need you to.
continuing.
Do you think that Shannon and all them knew before Wayne Bus got shot up that Thug got food in the wood?
No.
You don't think he knew that?
You don't think he was in contact with Thug?
He FaceTimed with Thug now.
What about Birdman?
I don't think he FaceTime. I don't write when he FaceTime. I write when he FaceTime Thug now. It was at the gas station on Northside Drive. Thug now.
He talked to him afterwards, though.
No, I don't think so. If I talk to him after the shoot,
Yeah, after the shooting.
So, the question that everybody wants to know, did Pee Wee get that order from somebody else to do that?
no.
Or did he freelanced and did it?
Told it, like, Pee Wee felt like because he had Shannon on with him, Shannon and DK on with him, he won't go ahead, he gonna do it, he gonna get some money.
About that.
He thought he gonna get some money from doing it, but Thug didn't get on that.
So why would Thug give him money?
For doing it, he didn't order.
Just do it, so they just wanted the name.
Nah, that don't make sense. Like, why would he? If anything, the dispute was between Birdman and Wayne, right? About the contract and all this millions of dollars. So why would Shannon and Pee Wee think that if I do this, Thug gonna give me some money?
Cause you know, they say Thug and Wayne was beefing, but they was beefing, but like
About what?
Thug really look up to Wayne.
That's what I heard.
He do. I know him, I trust him. Just he look up to him.
So what was the beef about between Thug and Wayne?
But they say something like Wayne be acting on antisocial.
Like when they had all
He don't care to kick it.
Yeah.
He don't acknowledge him and shit.
Yeah, he don't acknowledge them.
Like, he ain't even on my level.
Yeah. I guess Thug felt some type of way.
Right.
But for like I ain't never heard like Thug say shoot up the budget. I ain't hear that. On that I heard like they will get this budget, they give us some money.
But Pee Wee, on y'all way from Magic City to Compound,
They ain't say nothing about
at what point did it get to y'all was there to start some shit or be making names with you?
shoot. Thug sisters, like we can go home and get like be seen.
So if Thug's sister,
Yeah.
so if she was with it, how she with it and Thug was with it?
I'm telling you, I don't know if Thug was with it.
But from what you know,
He answered the phone for people when he was FaceTime at the gas station.
so basically everybody got high and then was turned like, let's go get it.
They be high all day.
You smoke, you drink?
No.
What's up with Duke?
Pausing at 3:50:02 and advancing to 3:50:42. And that's number picking back up at 3:50:42.
Nah, see, he just started hanging with Thug.
Cause he raps with us.
Yeah.
You ain't never heard that playing people off and shit?
I don't know how he started hanging with Thug. I told Thug, like, he hang with people who never went home with him when he was broke.
That what?
That never went home with him when he was broke, he hang with.
Somebody else did. Friends, man, new friends bring the house down though. got that check, so everybody want a piece of it.
Stopping at 351.17. Advancing to 352.08.
What Dolly White say?
I don't know. He ain't been around.
So who else stayed with us up Sandy Spring?
I don't know. He ain't never been in the house here.
You ain't never been out?
Why you ain't never been?
Oh, house here.
And Your Honor, by our records, that should, I'm going to continue until the end of this particular interview.
All right.
So you just left that house?
Yeah, just moved
You ain't
in.
left that house?
Why? When I go to see pretrial,
No, you just left it before.
mine.
Be honest.
Have I done mine?
Be real.
Yeah, when I go see pretrial,
No.
I get an excuse for it.
No, like on some real. Have you ever left it on some just random?
I'm finna go to the store.
Let me go to the stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, you
I mean,
real. It ain't like I'm finna.
But I called and let them know.
Right.
You gotta step out.
You can ask them that, or my location out there, there don't be no lot of places like with that. I don't have no permission for.
Yeah. So you ain't had no violations or nothing with it?
No.
What would he tell you happened to that gun that the stick you bought for him?
I bought him. He say, first he tell me that his brother had got it. His brother man, cause multiple men told him like, get that gun back. You should never did that.
Right.
Then I was trying to get back to him. Their brother got his brother out of town and all that. His brother was saying, call him home.
Mm-hmm. So what did you get? Because the gun cost like $1,000, right?
Yeah.
Did he pay you anything to get it?
No.
You just did out the kindness of your heart? You knew all the shit he was wrapped up in.
Like, he tell me like, it's just for their house. Like, he got kids in the house. They know he's dead and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then they don't want to. I mean, he tripped to get that gun back. And then, most of them like this be second gun, you know, trick you out of.
Well, where are your other guns?
My other gun? I told you, like, I had older somebody.
So you gave him guns and said?
No, I told him, like, put it in funds. I'm gonna pay out and I get my gun back.
Who is this person?
Who is this person?
Come on, be honest. I heard you kind of. Who?
Your brother.
Who brother?
Who's brother?
The big dude?
I guess.
The one that said call home?
Yeah. Big fat?
Yeah. I mean,
I ain't seen him in a minute.
Is this the gun? That's the gun you bought?
Yeah, but me and someone, we went to report the store, they wouldn't let me do it.
Who won't let you do it?
On Bankhead.
That ain't the police station.
No, he told me that he was down there.
Who runs that?
I'm on 21.
Say no more.
how you get so fascinated with guns? Like, you ruining your own name.
I bought the gun. I told him I bought the gun. They shot it from a car.
That was your first time buying a gun?
Why are you always on the scene, though?
Cause I been moved to. Yeah, that ain't D in that video.
Who ain't D in that?
I say that ain't D in that video.
That ain't D. That's you in the back seat. Who else in the car? Who else in the back seat?
One Shannon friend. That ain't D though.
Who said it was D? It's you. It's Shannon.
No, it's like another person.
Who know that other person?
Nah, my paper they like Stella D, Kirk D, and Shannon.
You need to stay away from him
Period. I didn't know that.
You just
hang around.
in the video with the gun.
It was a girl like I just grabbed the gun.
You're doing too much. I got 4 good videos with guns involving you. Come on, man. You can't play like that. Son, you did good. Somebody else want to talk to you. I'm going to step out. Oh, yeah. Tell you what it is. Just be honest with them, too.
Yep.
All right.
These folks, you really need to be, whatever questions this man got, don't hold it at federal agents because of these guns. Like these, they don't have no sympathy. Like me, I got sympathy because I know you ain't about that life, but.
I'm sorry, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you back on that? You ready for that?
Yeah. Just be honest. You start doing shit with guns and all that shit, that's when I'm hoping. No, that's what I'm saying. You don't want to, so be honest. It's basically the same questions we asked you about the gun with Rudy and stuff like that. He got himself wrapped up in some other shit. So, whatever questions this man have of you, please don't. Stop, still. No BS. Because that's one system you don't want to get caught up in.
On what I told you, I'm go fit.
No. Your criminal history is not bad. That's what's saving you. Because you ain't been in a lot of shit before. I think.
Right here. Excuse me.
What's going on?
Your Honor, I was speaking to them about the.
Now's not the time for that.
Okay.
Misdemeanor gun charge before. That's not bad.
That gun I had caught with for been misdemeanor.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, is it legal for that gun for you?
It's modified.
I ain't know that.
Yeah.
Hey, come on. Hey, what's up, y'all? All right, you come out. This is if you want to stay, just stay. It don't matter.
I need a mental break. Yeah.
Sergeant Gaither, does this end your portion of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
Do you continue at any point, or do you go back and watch this where he's talking to the federal agents? Or
No, I had no reason.
okay. I'm going to show you what has been already admitted as State's Exhibit 510 Yankee and ask you, take a look at it. Have you seen 510 Yankee before that photograph?
Yes.
Was that the photograph? Was Quindarius Zachary ever asked about this particular photograph during the interview that we just saw?
Yes, this is the picture that Investigator Thorpe showed him and asked him when did it occur.
And asked him when it occurred?
When was the photo taken?
All right. Could we display 510 Yankee? Oh, I need a step sheet. When you spoke with Quindarius Zachary about where he was the night of Donovan Thomas's murder. Is what I'm holding in 510 Yankee the place that he described as the condo, Thug's condo?
Yes.
Do you know the name of this apartment complex or condominium complex?
Sky House.
And who is displayed to your knowledge in 510 Yankee?
Shannon Jackson.
And is that the photo that he said, or Mr. Zachary said he took either in December or January of 2015?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 477 Yankee. Do you recognize the people who's shown in 477 Yankee?
Yes.
Could you please display 477 Yankee on the screen? Do you see Mr. Zachary in that photograph?
Yes.
All right. Is he the person with the red hat on?
Yes.
Who else is he in the photograph with, to your knowledge?
With the black hoodie, Mr. Sledge, Muntunk, and Mr. Williams with the gray hoodie.
All right. And showing you State's 482 Yankee. Do you recognize the persons shown in 482 Yankee?
Yes.
Who do you see in 482 Yankee?
Mr. Zachary up front with the gray hoodie. Shannon Jackson with the black hoodie with white words. And Mr. Kendricks with the long black jacket with a white t-shirt underneath.
Thank you.
I need for y'all to stick around. Don't let them leave.
I'm now going to show you what we have marked, and Your Honor, we shared, and I'm not going to display, but I'm going to show Sergeant Gaither pages 204, 195, 181, 175, 170, 153, 152, 143, 142, 131, 129, 128, 127, 126, 122, 119, 117, 81, 79, and 12 of State's 526 Yankee, which has not been admitted. Okay. But I'm showing Sergeant Gaither these exhibits, and I've labeled them as 526 Yankee Alpha through 526 Yankee. Okay. Showing you 526 Yankee Alpha. Do you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Alpha?
Yes, a few of them.
All right. Is Quindarius Zachary in that photograph?
Yes.
Did you ever get the opportunity to review Quindarius Zachary's IG, Twitter, social media, or anything like that?
His Instagram page I have.
Okay, his Instagram page? All right. And I'm going to show you, because this is a little bit bigger, State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Beta. and ask you if you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Beta.
Yes.
And do you recognize the location shown in 526 Yankee Beta?
Yes.
Is that an accurate reflection of the persons, images of the people shown in 526 Yankee Beta and the location shown in 526 Yankee Beta?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 526 Yankee Beta as evidence.
Any objection? All right, it's admitted.
All right. Showing you 526 Yankee Charlie. Do you recognize the persons shown in?
I'm sorry, Judge. I objected to the
Oh, I'm
last
sorry. I
exhibit.
thought you said no objection. You gotta use your mic. Not admitted.
Okay.
We'll have to take that up. And yeah, I know we haven't gone over any of this yet, so it may be.
That's correct.
It may be that we need to break and deal with.
I don't have to tender it now. No, so that we cannot break.
All right, then just don't tender them yet.
Okay. Without publishing and without admitting, is the court allowed? I mean,
you can show her whatever you want. And
Okay.
if you're just saying what are you asking her? What are you planning to ask?
the next question will be who's depicted in this and the location.
We probably don't need to get into the substance of what's shown before we know whether they're going to be admissible.
Okay. Then the next question will be, were the people and the location in 526 Yankee Beta discussed in the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Okay, that's fine.
Were the people and the location in 526 Yankee Beta discussed during your interview with Mr. Zachary?
Objection for the same reason.
All right, let's just deal with it outside the presence of the jury. So why don't we break for the day? Y'all get to go home a few minutes early. Remind y'all, don't talk about the case. Don't let anybody talk about the case with you. Don't look at any kind of accounts, no matter where they might show up about this trial or anybody involved in it. And we'll see you at 9 in the morning. Thank you.
All right, so there-
All of their cameras away and let the witness leave. Okay, sit.
You want that camera on?
Huh?
You want the camera on?
Who's?
This one here.
Doesn't matter. Fine, that's fine. Okay. We have a problem, and I don't know if it was any of you, but we need to get to the bottom of it, or I'm going to have to excuse everybody from utilizing cameras anymore, because there is an instruction that this witness not be in any way filmed or documented, no visual images of this witness, and some person who I have no idea who is from Adam has just emailed that they and shown a picture that is now documented all over the internet of this witness today, clearly sitting in the witness box being examined by Miss Love, and it is a full-on image of the witness. And so we need to get to the bottom of who took it and sent it to somebody else. And it was posted by somebody named
Empress Fox, Protect the Flag, America, I guess, 2028. With the disclaimer, this was sent to me. I didn't take the photo or own it. So, one by one.
I don't take stills.
I can't, you know what? Everybody come up individually to a microphone somewhere so that I can hear you, identify yourself, and say what you need to say. Does that mic work? Good afternoon.
So I just, I'm not the leader. I just wanted to be the first one to say that I'm not allowed cell phones or cameras. It's on no order. I definitely did not take the picture. The picture did come to my attention. I got here a little bit late today, but there was a camera and device. Someone was definitely taking pictures today. And I know one of the people who was taking pictures was Miss L.J. Hall, PhD. Not for sure if she took the picture, but she definitely had a camera.
Okay. All right. And remind me your name. I'm sorry.
Yes, my name is Nicole Borden.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think that's what you gave that lady talked about the rule 22 the same time you gave her hers.
And she was
See when she
Miss
wasn't here.
Sylvia.
Yeah, you gave her permission to do still photos, but not on these. You weren't supposed to do that.
Hey, I only
Hello.
Hi, I was live streaming. That's it. I didn't take any pictures.
Ma'am.
I live stream. I didn't take any pictures.
Okay. I mean, you've got a couple, 2 or 3 different devices going over there at once at some points in time. And it looks like sometimes you do take photos. Are you taking photos?
Yeah, I only take photos of the defendant. That's
All
it.
right.
Or you.
You are
Oh, I take pictures of you.
representing to the court that you did not take
No.
any pictures, any images of this witness. All
No.
right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you know anything at all about anyone who did and or how this got out there?
I only know one person that was taking pictures, the same person that she said.
She signed in right
She
here.
signed in right here too.
All right. And ma'am, I don't even know who you are back there, but
No,
she's not.
She's not even
She's
allowed
not
to
part
have
of the
her.
okay. No. All right. Sorry to have, okay. All right. Thank you. I will do a show cause order to Miss Hall and we'll find out from her. Okay. That's it for this part of the proceedings. All right. So if Ms. Love, you're going to want to deal with the rest of, hang on. If you are going to want to introduce all of those exhibits, we're going to have to hash out the admissibility of them. So I had thought you were going to introduce them with Mr. Sprinkle, but
I was, and I took out ones that specifically were pertinent to the interview that Sergeant Gaither had, because she had knowledge and could testify about people that were pertinent to what she and Mr. Zachary discussed in the interview. In other words, for instance, during the interview, you hear them talking about the dugout. There are pictures in the exhibits that I showed her of Mr. Zachary and Quentin Porter at the dugout. You hear Mr. Zachary talking about a person named Gucci Red. There, 526 Yankee Charlie is a picture of Mr. Zachary and Gucci Red.
okay.
You hear,
I guess what I need to know is, do you want/need to have these admitted with this witness?
yes,
And-
the ones that I selected, not the whole 526 Yankee.
Okay, so I guess that means we're going to need to sort out the admissibility of them now, which is what we're going to have to do. So can you tell me in number, not reverse number order, what they are?
Yes.
Or just hand them to me and I'll write them down?
Yes,
That might
either
be
way.
faster.
Sure. And we can also email the PowerPoint to the court.
Oh, I think y'all already, I didn't, PowerPoint, just the exhibit list. Yeah, you already did. I just need to know which ones we need to litigate right now. So where are the page numbers? Miss Love, where are the page numbers?
Your Honor, I have the page numbers and I can show the court the actual images. Let me just.
You know what, let's just go, let's just start in numerical order and not reverse numerical order, just because it'll make my brain less crazed. And go see if there's objection to them. So if everybody wants to pull up their scanned document that was sent over the other day, so that we can all be looking at them. I'll have to find it. Your scan. All right. I think your first one was either 12 or 16.
It is. And, Your Honor, I know what the court said. We're just going to try and make it as simple as possible.
Okay.
And we're sending to the court the way it's going to be displayed in electronic form so that the court can look at it and it's not terribly confusing.
Okay, so it is going to be displayed differently than what it is on the scan that you sent yesterday?
Yes,
Okay.
because, yes.
Well, can you just send it to everybody?
Yes, everyone else has it. The court.
Oh, only the court doesn't have it. Okay. All right, send it on. So this is different than what you sent Ms. Percifield yesterday?
It's select ones from what I sent Ms. Percival yesterday.
Okay, but do they look the same as what you sent? Because I don't mind just looking on there. I think it just arrived, so that's cool. I am opening it up now. Okay, got it.
Okay, so.
And if A is whatever the last one is to the first one, that's fine. As long as we're all looking at the same thing. All right. So is everybody on the 526Y, A through whatever it's going to be? All right. Any objection to A? All right. And what is it?
I don't believe it was tendered yet, but
Well,
the witness.
I don't know if it has been or not, but
I
the
don't-
assumption is all of these are going to get tendered with Detective Gaither. So
Detective Gaither stated, I recognize some of the individuals depicted. So I'm objecting to the entire photograph going in.
We have no problem with not tendering that one through
all right.
Sergeant Gaither.
Okay. B.
I just don't know the purpose of.
Well, that's not a good objection. I mean, it might ultimately be a relevance objection. Okay.
Relevance and its admission against Mr. Nichols. It's not an inconsistent statement in any way. It doesn't involve Mr. Nichols in any way. It's not a co-conspirator statement. Why is it coming in?
So, relevance objection.
Your Honor, the photographs, so backing up, one of the, I believe the defense is going to make every effort to, one, discredit what was said during the interview of Mr. Zachary.
Okay.
What these photographs show are, and the jury has already heard we did not get them admitted, but I think it was admitted that 526 Yankee was the Twitter record pulled by DDA Sprinkle.
Right.
That belonged to Quindaria Zachary.
Yes.
So, as much as that is before the jury, and these photographs that Sergeant Gaither recognizes as depicting pertinent portions of her conversation with Mr. Zachary, pertinent portions of Mr. Zachary's interactions with defendants in this case, I would ask that, or I'd submit that the relevance threshold has been greatly exceeded. For instance, Mr. Zachary is talking about at some point during the interview how Rock Crew started, why he has an association with someone from MDC. He's from Capitol Homes, me and Moot Toot from Capitol Homes. He knows Big Boo. 526 Yankee Alpha is Big Boo. It is not only Big Boo, it is Big Boo and Mr. Zachary in the dugout.
Okay. All right. Overruled.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that the entire group was admitted yesterday. I thought.
Oh, it wasn't. None of it was. It was just with Mr. Sprinkle, he identified the whole group
Yes,
as
that's right.
he had the
That's
Twitter
correct.
feed. None of it has been admitted, and we said we'll have to take this up. So now some of it she wants admitted, specifically these things that are in this exhibit, composite exhibit. So we're litigating their admissibility.
Right, but maybe I missed it. I still don't see how this comes in against Mr. Nichols.
Judge.
Well, it's a RICO case, and it may or may not have anything to do. I mean, I doubt I don't know how the jury is going to
It's neither
interpret this.
It's neither a prior consistent or a prior inconsistent
It's
statement.
just evidence.
It is nothing. It's nothing. That's what
It's
I
a
mean.
picture showing that the two of these people were related, and they are at least at some point in their lives at the, what is it called?
Dugout.
Dugout.
Oh, all right,
So-
I'm going to have the same objection to every single one of these photographs insofar as it is being admitted against Mr. Nichols. It is not anything that's relevant to a prior inconsistent statement or a prior consistent statement. It may be admitted insofar as it's admitted against the witness, but not against Mr. Nichols. You can't just keep saying, oh, this is a RICO case, so everything comes in. So I'm objecting. Thank you for a continuing objection. I'll not whine with regard to each photograph. How's that?
Okay, that's fine. I mean, not every bit of evidence in a trial is a prior consistent or inconsistent statement. There's, and relevance is a very low threshold.
I know.
Okay.
Your Honor, could I whine just briefly?
Sure.
Yes. So this photo, and I think it's going to be for a lot of these, I could see if Mr. Zachary said, oh, I don't know who Big Boo is. I've never met a Big Boo. He's testified to all.
Okay. I mean, I understand, but it's, it's got some probative value, and it has little to no prejudicial impact. So it's in.
Your Honor?
Yes,
Just for
sir.
the record, I believe that it was referred to by the prosecutor as 526YA, but YA is not, it's withdrawn, and this is
Yeah.
YB.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Moving on to C.
Will Your Honor allow
And you
me
can
to keep my
just,
seat?
Mr. Harvey, have a continuing objection to all of these, and my ruling will probably be the same.
May I stay seated?
I
while-
suppose.
I'll
I don't care.
okay.
It's fine. I can probably hear you better if you're seated anyway. All right.
So
C.
526
Hang on. Any objection to C other than the general relevance one that we already discussed?
I don't know if a foundation can be laid, so I don't want to waive that, Your Honor.
So what I asked the witness is whether she recognizes the persons in the photograph that Mr. Zachary posted on October 20th, 2014 on his Twitter feed. She will be able to say yes, she's seen them. The person, the female in the picture is the person Mr. Zachary refers to as Gucci Red, and Mr. Zachary is in the photograph. This witness knows who Gucci Red is. The jury has now heard Mr. Zachary's comments about a Gucci Red. So I believe, given that the jury knows that this came from Mr. Zachary's Twitter account, that this witness can identify the people in it, that a foundation can be laid or has been laid.
Okay, and your purpose for showing this would just be to show that the two of them do in fact know each other and hang out, I guess,
not
or
hang out,
whatever. I don't know what.
Not hang out. Well, okay. I mean that they
Associate with one
yes,
another.
Yes.
Okay. And foundationally speaking, do you have a further objection or?
I'll object to where it's written at the very top, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
Gucci Red begging. I don't really understand why that's coming in.
Okay.
This
Can you?
So it was. Mr. Zachary's posts, given that he is an unindicted co-conspirator in this case, his posts and the words he makes, unless there are other people, generally when we have social media pictures being admitted, we take out other people's comments that are not either a witness or a defendant, but the comments, the captions of the persons that are co-conspirators in this case, they are left. This is one where he says, this is Gucci Red begging. So I don't think she's begging. I don't know what she's doing. All I know is that he posted a photo of himself and the person he calls Gucci Red, who he has a protracted conversation with detectives Gaither and Dennis about during this interview. So I would ask that the words, the photograph, and the date, and the social media handle, and the picture of the person who is the owner of the account all be shown to the jury.
The rule is that it has to further the conspiracy or further the interests of the gang, and I don't see any purpose. And to say that it's an admission by a unindicted co-conspirator, I don't know what that's admitting. An admission means it's admitting some sort of guilt. That's the definition of it. Your Honor, I cite to Alexander, Alexander versus State, 371 Georgia Appeal, 532. It's in Division 2. It's a 2024 case. And it just gives, it's a gang case, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
And all they say, it's well written actually, but what the Court of Appeals says is that you need to show, not you, the state needs to show, it's not just evidence of a gang member.
Mm-hmm.
You have to show that somehow it furthered some interest.
Right.
So I just don't understand. I'm objecting. You're going to ask me what's the prejudice, so I'm going to tell you I don't know if there is prejudice.
We'll take it out,
So-
Your Honor, the words.
They'll take it out. Okay. Any objection to D?
The printout, I'm looking at the printout, so if I'm wrong, it's not intentional, because it's kind of small. I don't see people that I recognize in this photo, so I don't know what the relevance would be.
Ms. Love?
Zachary is in this photograph. Mr. Stevens is in this photograph, and Sergeant Gaither can tell the rest of the people who are in this photograph if, yeah, this is, I believe that this is the inside of the dugout, and the caption, "Ball up them slimes, they going 7:30," and this is taken, or posted rather, October 25th, 2014.
Okay, well, I assume that the what was written is coming out.
No, no, that one.
Well, okay, I'm going to argue to the court that this does not fall under 801 D2E. So the words would be redacted. So they're not statements by a co-conspirator that are furthering anything. And quite frankly, I don't know what the relevance of a picture of, I don't know, a dozen young men. One of them, I'm being told, is Trontavious Stevens, and one being Quindarius Zachary. I don't know what the relevance really is, but
The relevance, Your Honor, is ball up them slimes. I think later on at other points in other portions of this, these photographs, we'll see other instances where Mr. Zachary replaces C's with B's. It shows his association with another YSL member. It shows and proves there is an us, there is an enterprise, there is the existence of the enterprise, which is an element of count 1. And it goes, this is a post made October 25th, 2014. So I believe that the relevance threshold has been met, and the assertion, the caption to the photo is Mr. Zachary promoting the enterprise through his words.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection. E? Any objection? Any evidentiary objection beyond just, we'd rather not have this in?
it's just difficult because, Your Honor, we previously litigated another group of social media posts that involved, my recollection, Quindarius Zachary.
Right.
And if you recall, we were arguing, okay, well, one photo is enough to show an association between someone and someone else, and the rest were cumulative. And I just don't have in front of me right now those other ones. So to the extent that this is cumulative of showing Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington shooting the bird, then I would object that it's cumulative.
All right. Any response?
Yes, this is not 12 photos shown on the same day. This is another instance of Mr. Zachary on this particular date in this photograph with Demekion Garlington using B's instead of C's, calling Mr. Garlington his slime at 30D. We can...
Do we already have something similar, a photograph of the two of them together using any kind of alleged gang language? I feel like we do.
And Your Honor, so in as much as with this particular one, I can withdraw this particular one, but there is a different one, 526 Yankee. I don't know what G is, but G.
Okay. G,
That-
I don't know what G is.
Golf.
either.
Golf. That's what they
Golf,
tell me.
Yes. Okay. Anyway, let's move on to F.
Okay.
So that's withdrawn.
Actually, and I'm withdrawing F as well.
Withdrawn. Okay. So on to golf. Yeah.
Now, golf has Mr. Zachary posting the 3 snakes, a heart, YSL, 30 deep.
All right, I don't think we have that yet. Any objection beyond relevance or cumulative? Well, nobody voiced any objections, but I assume that's what they would be.
Cumulative, and I don't recall if the other group of photos involving Mr. Zachary have been admitted at this point. I would just ask that if they haven't been admitted, the state just needs to pick which ones they really think are important and not just have a bunch of pictures of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington. So if they haven't been admitted and this is the one they want, then it wouldn't be cumulative, but another one that they said they wanted last time we did this would be cumulative.
I believe that the proper evaluation of whether any evidence should be excluded based on a cumulative argument is whether it is so cumulative as to amount to a waste of time and or undue prejudice against the defendant. And I don't believe that this falls anywhere near
Actually,
that.
those are all different things. Those are all different reasons things could be kept out under 403, but I don't find this so cumulative that I'm going to keep it out. So that one is in. H. Yes, yes. Any objection to H?
Okay. Okay. What is the, I have a relevance objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
And happy birthday, Diamante.
Relevance?
It shows his association with a person that he told police killed Donovan Thomas. It shows his association with a person who is on trial. It shows him.
Let me know who that is.
Diamante Kendrick. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That appears to be Mr. Kendrick, Your Honor.
Monty, yes. It is bullying with my N on his B-Day at Monty Rebel 100. And then there's a green snake emoji. And this was posted November 20th, 2014.
Okay. And do we have other photos of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Kendrick together with just the two of them?
Not that I can think of.
I can't think of any either.
I don't recall seeing one. If any others come in the future, we'll obviously object at that point.
All right.
I don't think we have any others,
Okay,
especially on
so
November
this
20th.
is
They clearly don't hang out much together.
overruled. I. Any objection to I?
Your Honor, I think we're going to withdraw I.
Okay.
Okay.
J? Objection to J.
And just for the record, this is,
Okay, so no objection from anybody to J. All right.
okay.
I can't hear you.
Objection to J on behalf of Mr.
Okay.
Stillwell, but
All
I
right.
don't speak for
Doesn't
everyone
sound
else.
like there's one from anybody else, so that would, we'll move on to K.
I'll object to K, Your Honor.
All right,
I don't-
basis.
I don't know the reason that it coming in. It would be a gentleman named Fat and Mr. Zachary.
So relevance,
This is a person that Mr. Murphy told police was a participant in the Dexter Montgomery incident. This is Mr. Kuykendall, and what we see is Mr. Zachary posting himself with and tagging this person at Young Fat 4 with a green snake emoji, a red heart, a red square with a white B, and a 100 on December 1st, 2014. So it's associations with yet another person we believe is associated with the group.
My memory is that none of the people on trial confronted Mr. Murphy about Fat, and I believe the state's witness said that they did not believe that Fat was involved. And even if some of that's wrong, which I'm not saying any of it's wrong, I don't know what this picture does. So I'm objecting to we have a tremendous record. I mean, I don't know how many photographs, but this has to be 1,000 plus.
Okay.
So I'm objecting.
all right. I don't think that there's a photo of these two people together, and it would be probative of his ability to know what it is he at least said in the interview, considering they associate. So I'm going to admit that over objection.
Your Honor, the next
You
one is a
say
duplicate.
that they speak about in the interview, it's two different people. The interview was Mr. Walter Murphy, you didn't see. This is Mr. Zachary, who we just testified last week. So it's not the same people associated.
Who's the other person in this picture besides Mr. Zachary?
Mr. Kuykendall.
And you're
person.
saying what about him?
That I believe he's another associate. This is the person that Mr. Murphy, Mr. Steele is correct. It was during our presentation of the evidence of the Dexter Montgomery shooting, told police that Mr. Kuykendall was a part of the shooting itself. He was never charged. He is just an associate. It shows his association with yet another associate of YSL. It just shows more of the association of persons within the enterprise. And I won't fight hard over it. I can
right.
not have that one
I did
in.
misunderstand that one.
think that's-
So, yeah, well,
Yeah.
you can either withdraw that or I'll.
Yes, we'll withdraw it.
Okay.
And the next one is the same as 526 Yankee.
L.
Actually, so
Oh, so that's a duplicate.
it's
So
a
you'll-
different date, but it's a duplicate photo. So we'll,
Okay, withdraw.
yes.
M as in Mike. Isn't that the same thing we saw before, just with a different?
Person. Yeah. We can take this
Withdrawn.
one out. Yes.
Okay. N. Bless you.
Any objection to in November? Okay.
Your Honor, that's Mr. Copeland, if you remember, in the hat. That's Mr. Williams, I recognize. And we have a series, I don't know how many, but a series of the same photos of Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams that you permitted into evidence. So I'll object.
And Your Honor, this is not to show that Mr. Copeland associates with Mr. Williams. This is Mr. Zachary, also an associate, but an unindicted co-conspirator, posting 9 days before one of the acts and counts in this indictment, a picture of two YSL associates, as the state alleges, and the caption "ain't going back and forth" with Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams. So we believe that his posting of the photograph on his Twitter page and the arguments I'm certain that will be made regarding Mr. Zachary's affiliation or affinity towards certain people, I believe that it's very relevant. So it passes that threshold, and there's nothing, we don't believe it's cumulative.
All right. Overruled.
Can I just make a statement for the record?
Sure.
I believe that this should have been put upon Mr. Zachary then. It's his out-of-court statement. I have no idea why this is some sort of 9 days before, like there was a plan of killing, that there's no evidence that this was a planned killing that we've heard yet. And there's other exhibits that have been admitted over objection from Mr. Garlington's, who's not a witness, his social media post saying we ain't going back and forth on a table with Mr. Williams and Mr. Garlington, and there's money on the table. So that's my objection. I understand your ruling. That's my objection.
Okay. All right. And I actually don't understand the state's position to be that it was a planned killing. I think this is, as I understood her to be saying, just very close in time. They are associated closely enough that he's able to have this picture and post it. Okay. Oscar.
This,
is there any objection?
This has been litigated before in a different group of photos, so I believe it's in evidence.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's correct. This picture is in evidence. The January 2nd and posting by Quindarius Zachary is not. And I don't think that the date is in. It might be, but the posting by Mr. Zachary is not. And if I'm wrong, I withdraw it. I don't believe that this is in. I will check.
You mean the date?
Yes, yes. We'll withdraw it because it's the date. Wait, let's see. All right. 480 Yankee is in.
And is there a date on it?
My apologies. We are confirming that it's in.
Is the oh, I'm sorry.
So it wasn't admitted. So what about 480 Yankee was not
Okay.
admitted. So this is not.
All right, so it's not cumulative. So apparently that whatever other one was not admitted. So I'll admit this one over a cumulative objection.
And Your Honor, given
Yes.
what 480 Yankee is, if since they are the same, we would ask to introduce 480 Yankee instead of 524 Yankee Oscar. 526 Yankee Oscar.
And what's the difference between the two?
The 480 Yankee is posted on Mr. Zachary's Instagram page, and it's the same date, but he tags the people who are in the photo.
Sure. Can y'all?
Definitely.
We can share.
You sent it already. Did you send it to him? We're sharing now on the screen. Here it is on the screen in front of you.
What do you think, my brother? They want it because it's. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's up to y'all which one y'all want to use.
480 Yankee. Your
Okay.
Honor. Thank you.
All right, we are now at 526 YP
Papa.
as in Papa. Any objection? Nope.
We have a picture of these four gentlemen in elevator, it appears, or some sort of structure in 526 Yankee O, whatever O is.
Yeah.
And then we got in the same elevator Shannon eating potato chips next to Mr. Zachary. I just don't see what we're doing.
On a different
Relevance.
On a different day, Mr. Zachary is posting another photo of him alongside the defendant. He tells the police killed Donovan Thomas Jr. and was at the Little Wayne bus shooting and had guns, and he is posting a picture of him not in a threatening way, not saying I hate him or I'm trying to get him in trouble, but he is posting a picture of him to show we perceive it as his affinity towards him. They are friends, they are associates, they are close, and it is relevant, we believe, for the jury to be able to infer their relationship.
All right, I'll admit it.
Well, I'll point out that one is January 2nd, one's January 3rd. They're wearing the same clothes. It's probably something that was taken just before midnight and then just after midnight. So I don't really see, but I don't know.
Okay.
I wouldn't be posting multiple pictures of somebody that I hated.
All right, I've made my ruling. Q, Quebec. It's in. Your objection is overruled. Objection to Q.
Judge, this one is.
Hang on. Can I interrupt for a minute? And so I'm getting a question from a judge in another court about our need for Special Agent Bernie tomorrow because that person's supposed to be testifying in a case that they have ongoing right now. Can you take Bernie sometime other than, were you planning to take Bernie tomorrow?
Yes, we were planning to take him today if we got through Sergeant Gaither today, or yesterday if we got through.
Okay,
Sergeant
do you know
Gaither.
what time? Like, we still have to get through Detective Gaither. How much longer do we have with Detective Gaither?
I just probably have another hour maybe.
Okay, all right. Okay, then they plan to, it would work then for them to take Bernie in Cobb County at 9. They think he should be out of there by 10, which would put him here at 10:30.
Under great circumstances.
No, not. Yeah, I mean, I would think that'll be on me if we have to waste some time, okay? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, back to Q. Is there objection to Q?
I think we're withdrawing Q.
Oh, okay. Are we going to Y or YY?
Wait.
Okay, good. Then we're almost done. Any objection to R?
Didn't I show them this picture?
I object. Your Honor, there's already a picture of that gentleman that was just put in by Detective Gaither.
Okay. And it's, what's the response on the relevance?
That is twofold. One, the picture put in of Demise McMullen by Detective Gaither is surveillance footage that doesn't show his face. This is Demise McMullen in a photograph posted on Mr. Zachary's Twitter page 2 days after the murder of Donovan Thomas, during the time that Mr. Zachary said they all went down to Miami. It appears Mr. McMullen is on a bus of some sort, probably a Sprinter bus, and he has tagged or labeled it Hard Nard.
All right, I'm gonna permit that one over objection. Give me just a second. Okay, Ms. Hall, we're going to pause from our evidentiary issues for a minute. Thank you for coming in, and I had a question for you that is, and you may already know what the topic is. And did you take any photographs of the witness?
I did not, and from the area that I sit today, you can tell that I couldn't take that picture.
Okay.
I heard it online, and luckily I wasn't all the way back to Covington, so I don't believe in throwing rocks and hiding my hands.
Okay.
I have a reputation, and I'm going up for DOJ certification for immigration, so I don't need anything that's lack of moral turpitude to affect me, so I wanted to make sure.
Well, I
got
appreciate
back
you
in
coming
here.
straight here. And I think that we have actually figured out what happened anyway.
Okay.
And since we're on it, I'll just go ahead. And it appears that what happened is that, and I hate to say it, and I don't think it was your fault, Mr. Maurice, but I think what happened, it looks like is that you're showing the screens when video is being played, understandably. But what happens is when the video gets stopped, there was just an instant where, because for us in here in this courtroom with Zoom, we have the witness being shown just to us so that y'all can see it and I can see it, because this courtroom setup is not ideal for everybody to be able to see the witness. And it showed for just a second the witness, because it captured the Zoom that got shown. That's just interior here, but anybody, of course, can screen grab it. And it looks like that's what happened. So I think that in order to stop that from occurring in the future, we just, when we have a witness who isn't supposed to be filmed, we just won't even be able to use the Zoom, so that we don't have that accidentally happen in the future. And there aren't that many witnesses that aren't going to get shown anyway. And thankfully for this particular witness, it's not the end of the world, considering she's apparently been on First 48 before. So anyway, thanks to all of the media people, and y'all are all still good and allowed to come in.
Also, I don't get that list of who's not to be photographed. If I had not heard it ahead of time, I wouldn't have known.
Okay.
But
let's make sure we get you
I definitely wanted
added.
to make sure my name is good.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know we added, so bad with the names, but the other lady the same day. So let's make sure she's on that list too. Okay. Thank you.
I
All right.
appreciate it.
Back to, so R is in, R, S, Sierra. Any objection?
Sierra, we withdraws it. It's in on a different account.
Tango, I know that one. Any objection to T? Thank you. Anybody?
I'll object, Your Honor.
All right, basis.
Nobody's disputing that these two people know each other. I'm assuming the court knows who they are. If not, I could tell you. And then the writing, I'm being told, is just quoting a lyric from a song. So I'm objecting to the writing as well. I don't see how that furthers anything.
I don't know if the lyric from the song takes the C and change it to some other letter, but this is Kelvin Treadwell, whom the witness discussed during the interview. This is January 18th, 2015. We believe it's relevant. There's nothing unduly prejudicial, and we'd ask that the court allow it to be shown.
And where's there a substituted
No.
B?
Oh, BITX.
Oh,
H.
I thought you, okay,
ES.
X. Okay. All right, I'm gonna overrule that objection. You.
This is a different time. This is even further into 2015.
We have a picture of these people together already.
We have various pictures of them together, but in this particular picture, Mr. Sledge, who has testified, is throwing up the B for blood. Shannon Stillwell is right in front of him, and Mr. Zachary is immediately to Mr. Sledge's left. We believe that this is a pertinent, and we feel like there is persuasive power in the depth of presentation. And to say that we have one, I'm trying to quote
No,
a
go
case.
ahead. I'm sorry, I just have this ringing in my ear all of a sudden. Go
To
ahead.
say that we have one picture or two pictures of the three of them together
Okay.
already.
All right. Overruled.
V.
That was inadvertently added.
Okay. V. W.
This is Mr. Zachary and Mr. Stillwell. This is March 2nd, 2015. He tags Mr. Stillwell and he makes a proclamation. Our argument is that given count one in the language and description of the conspiracy, it is evidence of Mr. Zachary promoting YSL and promoting Shannon Stillwell and attempting to assert their dominance. He's a gangster. He's not scared of you. This is him tagging him and him posting him.
Your Honor, I'm going to absolutely object to a piece of evidence coming in written by someone not my client, that's not my client apparently, about my client calling him a gangster. That is prejudicial. It's not in furtherance of any conspiracy. It's not my client's words. It's any probative value is outweighed by we're charged essentially with being part of a gang.
Mm-hmm.
And a gentleman who did testify, but who also was off the stand by the time the state announced specific intention to use this photo. Calling my client a gangster? No, I'm objecting.
He would have lied if we asked him about it in any event. He said that everything he said about anybody was false.
Well,
anybody in this courtroom.
I'm not interested in what he would have done. I don't think any of us know what he would have done. But the bottom line is he was on the stand and off the stand by the time the state announced their intention of using this.
And Your Honor, I think that...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that this was captured in 2016. Mr. Stillwell was tagged. And I think that it's relevant and admissible and not unduly prejudicial.
All right, I'll let you admit it without the I don't know what you call it, tagline or commentary or whatever. I mean, you can leave the at Shannon, but he's a gangster. He's not scared of you. They didn't get a chance to, and I think that you are probably correct in what you surmise would have been the testimony, but they didn't have an opportunity to ask him about it. So you can leave the at part, but
yes. Does Your Honor not consider it an effort on the part of a YSL associate, as the state alleges, Mr. Zachary, to assert the dominance of a member of YSL? Even if it's not taken as true, he's asserting something.
I understand the argument. All right. Do you understand the ruling?
Absolutely.
Okay. X. Any objection?
I'll object. To the writing at the top, free DK as well as free slug. I don't know how that is. I just don't understand how that's relevant. If it's showing association, they stick together. There's hundreds of photographs that show that, and the jurors have heard from these witnesses, so I'm objecting to the entirety. But if this honorable court admits any of it, I would object to the writing.
All right, so I think that's a relevance and cumulative.
And 403, yes, prejudicial also.
And prejudicial.
So this is posted July 23rd, 2015. it is Mr. Zachary putting a green snake emoji. I think he called it a bird on the stand when I asked him about a snake earlier. Free DK and free Slug. DK being Walter Murphy, Slug being Trontavia Stevens, both of which the jury has heard from and in various forms, well, they've heard from. So we have not shown this photograph, this date, and the assertion to free DK and free Slug. This is something that will be seen throughout social media on various sites like Free Roscoe, Free This, Free That, members of YSL. So we don't believe that it should be excluded.
All right, overruled. Why?
Your Honor, I don't know. I see Mr. Sledge. I don't know who the other individual is. It's not my client, but to the extent that
It's character.
it's character, and it says, I keep a bunch of killers around me when I move.
I object to
So-
character as well.
It's bad character evidence, it's prejudicial, and it's also, again, an out-of-court statement by Mr. Zachary, I'm guessing, as he's the owner of this Instagram account, and we're not going to have an opportunity to cross-examine him about his words here.
Your Honor, it's an assertion. Whether he actually keeps a bunch of killers around him when he moves, nobody knows. But the fact that he wants people to think he keeps a bunch of killers around him when he moves corroborates information that he gave to the police when he gave this interview.
And who is in this picture?
I believe that may be Mr. Sledge, but I believe that may be Mr. Sledge.
Yeah.
And he said that he says in the interview, Mr. Sledge was a shooter. Monkton was a shooter. And and Copeland took his place. Woody took his place. So him asserting this, we believe, furthers the interests of YSL, asserting dominance, instilling fear in social media postings, as count 1 in the indictment alleges. We believe that this is an overt act on the part of an unindicted co-conspirator that should be admitted as evidence.
It would be uncharged. It would be barred by statute of limitations. It's not an overt act in the sense of, the jury can rely on this to further the conspiracy. And I just look at it like, without without giving context from the witness saying, oh yeah, that is the killer who confessed to me and that's why I wrote this. This is like out of order. It should have come in my opinion, with the witness there, and if they're interested in his words. So I will object to that as well.
All right, well, it's not a defendant on trial here. So in terms of bad character, that's not, bad character of somebody else, if it even is that.
It is a person on trial.
Mr. Sledge?
Mr. Sledge.
That's not Mrs. Sledge. I don't believe that's Mr. Were you told that's Mr. Sledge?
I thought, isn't that what you said?
What I said was I believe that it is. I did not say that I had been told. I think someone earlier said it as well.
The person in the white shirt is not Mr. Sledge. That person, to my belief, is a person in your courtroom.
The only face that's shown is the one that we're talking about next to the television.
And it is, since I'm the one that said it. Mr. Sledge is clearly the person wearing a black shirt.
Right.
We're all on the same page with that. There's also a gentleman wearing a white shirt with his back to the camera.
Uh-huh.
I believe what Mr. Steele is saying, and I agree that it is one of the people that's sitting here in this courtroom, and it does affect. It is prejudicial towards them, and they won't have the opportunity to cross-examine. It's not Mr. Stillwell. Let me be clear.
Okay, I guess it's going to be a mystery as to who it actually is.
Only face.
I'm not sure who that is, Your Honor.
Mr.
But
White.
on the off chance that would be my client, and I honestly I cannot tell that that's my client, but people may think it's my client, and on that off chance, then the bad character evidence is an issue.
Okay.
On top of which, Your Honor, they're playing Grand Theft Auto, as far as I can tell. I know.
Gives y'all a really good argument.
Well, but still, it's misleading. It's more prejudicial than it is probative. They're sitting here playing Grand Theft Auto. Of course, they're surrounded.
Than it is probative.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Your Honor.
I said I'm not sure that's actually true.
A bunch of people playing Grand Theft Auto and throwing up Grand Theft Auto language, and then the jury's going to see that and assume they're talking about real life killers versus what the video game they're playing.
What the jury is going to assume, and it'll be up to all of the different parties to
when you make the decision,
see what they can do to convince the jury. But I do not believe that this is more prejudicial than probative.
Well, when you make that decision, you're making a decision as to what you think the jury's going to believe.
No, I'm not. I have no idea what the jury is going to believe. I am assessing the probative value of the evidence against its danger of substantially undue prejudice and coming to the determination that it is not substantially more prejudicial than it is probative.
And I understand your ruling on the 403 balancing, Your Honor, but I think part of your reasoning, which I get, is that it's our job as attorneys to get the full story to the jurors, and Mr. Weinstein can establish it's Grand Theft Auto. But the fact remains, we really can't, because this gentleman has already testified.
Well, I don't know that.
Right.
In terms of it being Grand Theft Auto, it's obvious to anybody who's ever seen Grand Theft Auto before. So you can probably get somebody else to testify that that's Grand Theft Auto. And I doubt if this witness is going to be able to identify the person in the white shirt anyway. So, in over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Say that Mr. Kendrick would be back to us, and would you reconsider striking?
Judge, I will instruct her, even if she can see around his head in this picture and know who it is, do not mention Diamante Kendrick.
All right. Thank you.
That's it.
Okay.
Your Honor?
Yes.
In case it does go, Agent Bernie is late, he's late. Can we have, is there going to be another gap witness? I understand what you said.
Nope. No.
So, I don't know, like the other three people that you had hoped, how about Mr. Sprinkle? How much longer is he going to take? Can we,
in order for, we ask the court not to require us to put him up a third and a fourth time, because there is information that's going to come in that we need from these two people that are ahead of him.
We've had the poor,
of the
what's her
court.
name, CAT report person here like 4 times since I've been the judge. So, if it's like a 10-minute thing, but if I hear from the judge, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, but it's going to be noon, then we're going to need another, and I will take the blame for it. Unless you'd like to get one of your other possible witnesses, Jenkins, Sanchez, or Lewis. But it seems to me like Mr. Sprinkle would be the easiest since he's in the building anyway.
Okay.
Although, come on, y'all. As slow as everybody is with everything in this case. I would be really surprised if we end up with a gap. But anyway. Yeah, we'll do the best we can. All right. So I have looked at
a rough of the August 21st, August 24th, September 6th, and September 13th of, I guess it was 2022 when y'all argued all of those motions, transcripts. 23, okay. And what the court orders, at least as reflected in those transcripts, is the notes that any of the experts would have relied on, and there's no indication that that it's being ordered that they generate notes or reports if those don't already exist. And I read the order itself that way as well, so that just confirms it. So as long as all the notes and reports that do exist have been produced, then that has been abided by. All right. Now, one more thing. I know, Ms. Love, you said you wanted to circle back. There was a relevance objection that I sustained on whether it was relevant. The question was essentially like, was Sergeant Gaither aware that prior to her interview with Mr. Zachary and Munchunk were from Capitol Homes? And so what would be the relevance of whether she knew that before or after the interview?
I think that I dealt with what I was
okay, so we don't need to circle back on it. Okay,
no.
Great. All right, if there is nothing else, then let's adjourn for the day and see each other at 8:45 in the morning. All right.